It's 7:02. We're going to get started. In accordance with the requirements of the open meeting law, please be advised that this meeting is being recorded and broadcast over the Lunenburg Public Access Channel. First, I'm going to do a roll call vote, make sure everyone can hear me. And so please respond. Ken Jones?
Present.
Rich Birch?
Present.
Katie Childs?
Present.
Carl Luck?
Present.
Jack Rabbit?
Present.
And Todd Dwyer?
Here.
And I'm sure Matt will be rejoining us. I don't know quite what happened with him there. Oh, there he is.
He's on there now, yeah.
I'm going to ask him to unmute.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Matt, can you hear us? All right.
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, great.
The town of Lunenburg, in response to the COVID-19, is currently following the guidance of the Lunenburg Board of Health, Massachusetts Public Health, and the CDC regarding the virus and steps communities can take to prevent the spread. And all town facilities are currently closed except by appointment. In accordance with the governor's order suspending certain provisions of the open meeting law, all public meetings are being conducted remotely. This meeting will be found on the Lunenburg Access YouTube channel and is being live broadcast. To participate remotely on Zoom, members of the public may use cell phones, tablets, or computers with audio and video capabilities. The Zoom meeting ID is 821126600270. No participant ID is needed. Just press pound when asked. All participants who are not members of the commission or staff have been muted by the chair. Computer and app users may use the raise hand feature to request to speak. To access the raised hand feature, if you're a computer user, open the participant list by clicking on participants. To raise your hand, click on the button at the bottom of the participant list. The chair will call on you and unmute you. Telephone audio users may dial *9 to request to speak after joining the meeting. Members of the public must give their name and address before they begin speaking. Please direct all comments to the chair. If you have trouble accessing Zoom or have general questions, you may send an email to lcc@lunenburgonline.com during the meeting. Emails containing questions or comments that are to be read aloud during the meeting must be signed with full name, address, and phone number. Please be aware, if you are using video, other people will be able to see you. And anything that is said and anything that is broadcast is being recorded. The agenda lists all topics which may be discussed at the meeting and those that are reasonably anticipated by the chair. Votes may be taken as a result of these discussions. Not all items listed may in fact be discussed, and other items not listed may be brought up for discussion to the extent permitted by the open meeting law. Each vote taken in this meeting will be conducted by roll call vote. I would note that we had no quorum at the last meeting, so as a result, we have 16 public hearings tonight. So I may be a little more assertive than usual in trying to get through the agenda. Any announcements or comments from members of the commission?
Nope.
Nope.
All right, any announcements, any comments from members of the public? If you have something you want to, oh, Joanna Bellata, let's unmute Joanna Bellata. Go, Joanna.
Good evening. How are you? I have a quick question to ask. I apologize, and I don't even know where it would fit in. I've received 2 calls from residents that live in the May Cove, which is if you're on Lake Shirley in the water by the island. It's between, right next to the cove we treated with Clipper, the Pearl Street Cove. Dominic was out doing a survey today as well, and a couple residents have asked if we would be able to utilize Clipper in the May Cove this summer season. And this just happened today as a conversation with Dominic, and this would be your only meeting before really the summer season's over. So I wanted to just get your thoughts if it is something you would even put for consideration this evening, or just forget it and we'll look at it next year.
I'd be interested to hear what Matt has to say about that.
I did leave a message for Matt, but we just never caught up today.
I understand.
Oh, that probably would be because I've been away on vacation.
Good for you. You should have taken me.
Matt, what do you have
Okay,
to say about
without having the benefit of the order in front of me. Was Clipper an authorized chemical?
Yes.
Was it specifically authorized seasonally?
It didn't give dates. It just was if the board or we recommend it to the board for usage.
Okay. I mean, there's really nothing in the order that addresses about the chemicals. It's about the treatment and the treatment scheduling. So I can't answer the question totally because I don't have the order in front of me to recall. My initial recollection of it would be that there was supposed to be some type of a notice to the commission about it. But again, that would have to be a commission decision at this point.
Correct. I agree. And we would only have to close that cove for the day.
I'll open it up. Do other people, other commission members have a comment or a suggestion how to go forward here?
Joanna, what is the plant that's causing the problem?
Looks like
You
she's
gotta
muted.
unmute, Joe. No, if you get any.
Go ahead. Well, let me unmute her.
Thank you. I had a barking dog. I apologize. Fanwort. It's very, very overgrown with fanwort. The residents are afraid to let their children, two of the residents that called, one had grandchildren and they were uncomfortable allowing them to swim. It was so dense.
Joanna, is this the cove on the opposite side of the peninsula from the cove that the Lux House is on?
Yes, there's the Lux, the big cove. Then
Yep.
there's the Pearl Street Cove that we did treat with
Okay.
Clipper. And then the next one before you go around the island. There's a
Okay.
big, I think they just changed the color, but there was a big greenhouse on the point.
So the cove with the island, is that the one you want to treat?
If you're on the lake to the right of the island.
Okay.
It's a very small cove, and like I said, the only thing that would be closed for the day would be that cove. We'd put, closed floating devices up for the day. And they would just,
Carl Luck?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just from a procedural point of view, this is not on the agenda, so I don't see how we could vote on it. I don't think it's an emergency, so I think it would need to be put on the agenda, and there is notification and paper and so forth before any treatment would also occur. So I don't see how we could take any action on this tonight. It could be-
I kind of agree with Carl, but I'd be interested if any other commissioners have an opinion on that.
Mr. Chairman?
Oh,
is
Mr.
some-
Chairman?
Go ahead.
I mean, the chairman at his discretion can allow an issue on the agenda if reasonable time, by the time the issue came up, could not have made it possible to put on the agenda. So, I mean, it would be a chairman's call, in my opinion, at that point.
Yeah, but go ahead, Jack.
Just to go ahead, did Dominic provide us with any kind of density mapping or anything like that?
not as of yet. He was just here today. He just got off the lake at 4:30 this afternoon. And like I said, this was just a possibility to try to help the residents in that one little area that would be non-intrusive to the rest of the lake. It would really be that one center cove that we would be looking at. And as Dominic and I said, the worst case scenario is you say no, but at least the residents know that we were here trying.
When you do your drawdown, Joanna, will that go down 4 feet or 5 feet? Will that expose that embankment?
Some of it, not all of it.
Yeah.
So if I could ask, Joanna,
Yes.
if we waited a couple of weeks to make that decision, would the window be closed?
I would think pretty much because after Labor Day, Well, with the kids, I don't know in school, but usually after Labor Day, that's the summer season because most people, the kids are back in school. They're not really utilizing the lake.
All
These
right,
are
so are
really-
we looking at it for weed treatment because of density or for safety?
The residents that call me feel both. I myself I took a boat ride in, I've not swum in it. To tell you my feeling, it was what the resident expressed.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Richard Birch.
how effective was the clipper in the initial treatment, Joanna? How long did it take before you saw any control of the fan wart?
I'd say about 3 days, 4 days. And then within 2 weeks, it really made a good change there. Two residents actually called to let me know that. And I know when we were doing the clipper, one of the members felt that we should notify the residents, even though it wasn't in the order. I did go actually have one of the residents, Kathy Reinhardt, go door to door with the flyer, with the chemical label, telling them what we were doing with this new treatment. And I think that's how the people in May Street really heard about it. So again, where Dominic was here today, he went and looked at it. He is writing something up to submit. We would do a 7-day advertisement. I would go door to door again, as I did for those people within that cove, because really, Dominic said that's where the area would only be restricted to. And again, we would have the lake open except that cove for the 1 day, no swim.
Okay, how many square feet of lake area you looking to treat?
Carl might be able to answer that better than myself. I'm not good with that. I would say not even more than an acre, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, I think Joanne's probably not off by much. It's probably a little less than that, maybe.
Oh, okay, thank you. A little
Depending
less
on
than,
how far out, towards the point you go.
yeah, we would stay right where Frank McDonald's house is, the house on the point. We would go right with there, and that's where the sign, the lake closed sign would be for the day.
Mr. Chairman?
Right.
And one final question. Are you going to be doing more spot treatment in 2021, Joanna?
If the board so allows and the membership, agrees with the turnout of that, we would probably be asking for more cove areas to do the clipper in. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, Mr.
Jack.
Chair, at this point, I would have to agree with yourself and Carl as far as procedurally, I don't think we can allow it at this meeting. I do believe that you can treat clipper in the fall with a reasonable success. So if they're just looking to get the last 2 weeks of the season out of the way, or get the fan wart out of the way for the last 2 weeks, I don't think that's really going to be a target if they have to advertise for 7 days and it takes up to 2 weeks for it to control the fan wart. Now you're into the second week of September, and Joanna did say that Labor Day is usually the end of it. So
Jack Rabbit.
thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Birch stole half of what I was going to say. The reality is,
Well, don't repeat it, please.
okay, real quick. He's right. You got to wait a week. It's going to take 2 weeks to kill the plant. The same time, once you kill the plant, it doesn't go away. It still sits there floating dead, and it'll start breaking up and decomposing. I think you're talking about a month before you'd really see an impact on that. And unfortunately, that puts us in the middle of September, and I think the season's about done. And so
Todd Dwyer.
I'm hoping.
Todd Dwyer.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to say that I was on the lake last weekend, and the water level is down. It looks like it's down about 12 to 15 inches. That combined with the weather we've been having, I could see, and also all the coves up on that end of the lake are quite shallow. So it wouldn't take much for those weeds to overrun everything and make it unswimmable for the residents.
Matt Merle.
Yeah, in examining the issue based on the answers that I've had, I have to agree with what you, Rich, and Carl said. Based on the legal procedure, it would have to be taken up at a subsequent meeting. But even without the safety factor in the summer season, I think it could still be effective in the fall. And you know, to reiterate what Todd had just said, with the fact that, you know, with the weather taken into account and the fact that, you know, it could promote further weed growth, it might be actually prudent to actually go forth and consider it for the next meeting. You know, Dominic's got some data to write up, so we actually don't have enough data to make an informed decision at this point.
Joanna, I think you're gonna have to come back the next meeting.
Okay, thank you so much for your time.
All
Have
right,
a
thank you,
great
Joanna.
evening.
Thank you.
Is there any other public comment? Is there anyone here for 72 Hemlock? Please raise your hand.
The information for the meeting was emailed.
Okay, so after the last meeting, the person from 72 Hemlock sent a new plan, signed and dated, that shows that we have they've already planted these trees: 2 Picea glauca and 2 Abeles, so 2 white spruce and 2 balsam fir. Originally, they had had 4 balsam fir, and the commission objected to that. Now they're saying they've already planted these trees: 2 white spruce, 2 balsam fir, and at this point, I'm recommending and looking for a motion to approve, with a caveat that if the balsam fir die, they have to be replaced.
I'd second that.
I'd make that a motion, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ken Jones. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion?
You have a time frame, Bob, for how long these plants have to survive?
Ken, how long do you think they should have to survive before they have to replace them?
I mean, I think, you know, in the past, haven't we done like a full like growing season?
I'd be willing to go 3 years on this. You know, it's like till the end of the order of conditions.
3 years is fine with me. I mean, I think that might be a little long, but I think that's fine.
Will the person who seconded be willing to make that
I
change?
accept that amendment.
Thank you so much. Roll call vote. Ken Jones,
Aye.
Rich Birch,
Aye.
Katie Childs. Katie muted. I gotta find my participant list.
No, it was me. I'm muting my own computer. Aye.
Okay. Thank you for doing that. Carl Luck,
Aye.
Jack Rabbit,
Aye.
Todd Dwyer,
Aye.
and I for myself. First public hearing. Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 is amended in the Town of Lunenburg Wetland Protection and Municipal Bylaw, public hearing on a notice of intent by William Emke of 445 Townsend Harbor Road will be held. Work proposed is the repair and reconstruction of a retaining wall at Hickory Hills Lake. First of all, call up the stuff for that. Gentlemen. All right, and then let me share that. And let's see, find my participant list. Mr. Emke, are you here? Please raise your hand. Aha. Well, Mr. Emke, can you please unmute yourself?
Okay, am I unmuted?
I believe you are. I heard you.
It wouldn't let me do it because you control it, so I'm good now.
All right. So, Mr. Emke, I've called up your PowerPoint that you so nicely prepared. You want to I'll be happy to tab through it, when you tell me to.
Well, yeah, I mean, go, it's, yep. Do you want me to talk to this?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay,
Oh, yeah, all right, I gotta start it again.
all right, good.
All right, so here's your plan. Talk to us what you're gonna do here.
Okay, so this is a top-down view looking at our home with the existing patio. And where it says replacement retaining wall, right now that area is are a bunch of railroad ties. I know a subset of the committee came over to see it, but it's old railroad ties. I don't know how many years they've been there, but they're starting to lean forward and pieces are breaking off into the lake, and so I want to replace it with a stone wall. And I can't. So if you want to go, I don't know if there's any questions about this. It's the you can see the water edge and the home and that area at the bottom there at the blue arrow. I've got about 30 feet where equipment could come down to put the stone and whatever else they're using for it. But it's going to exactly replicate in dimensions the existing wall.
Yeah.
You can go to the next one if you don't have any questions about this one. Well, that's my home, and now we're looking toward it instead of down. And if you can use your imagination, that area in the red rectangle are the railroad ties, which right now are totally exposed down there. So I didn't count them, maybe about 6 of them. And what you can't see from this is the side pieces as well. Although in this picture, up looking at the patio itself and the ties, you're looking down a long section, and at the top of the photograph, there's a pot, and going left to right, perpendicular to the railroad ties going away from you, or additional set of railroad ties, fewer of them. And the same thing where you would be standing taking this photograph. There's a section that's perpendicular to it, framing out the patio.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
just on that last one, if we could go back just a second. I think this, from looking at the wall, I was on the site visit, where it says the side view schematic. I think that pretty accurately shows that the current wall, as most of these walls I'm very familiar with, tend to go out at the top as the land pushes them out. So I just want to bring attention to the fact that the base of the wall is further in and than the top. So the thing we're going to want to understand is the relative location and displacement of water. So I just want to point out that the wall is leaning out, so the top edge is further over the lake than the bottom.
Thank you, Carl.
Thank you. That's, yeah. It's leaning, basically. And this next one is the schematic of the it's certainly not the scale of the stone wall that it's Ramsden's will be putting, Brent Ramsden's going to be putting in. So there you see the edge of the existing wall. So if you're standing on the top, it's the area pushing out toward the lake, not affected. You're going to use the same dimensions. There will be a taper, but that goes to take some of the pressure off it so it doesn't lean over the years. That there's a taper toward the patio, so some of the patio will be removed during construction, but then put back. And there is also a slight front edge taper. So I guess similar to the taper that was just, I didn't see who it was that spoke, but that was just pointed out, the taper from toward the left of the top is pretty much equivalent to the taper toward the right, if you will, for the wall.
Mr. Emke, I'm going to call on Todd Dwyer.
Mr. Chairman, following on with Carl's point, I believe that the toe of the existing wall, which is on your previous slide, which was at the base of the wall, should match the toe of the proposed wall. So he will lose some, he will lose a little bit of dimension on the deck or the patio, because essentially he's going to move with this positive batter here instead of a negative batter that he has on the existing wall that's leaning. The toe will remain in the same spot at the lake bed, but then he'll bring it up. So he'll probably lose, 6 or 8 inches when he fixes the wall, just so he understands that.
Sure. Yeah. So are you saying that if I want to, let me just switch that.
What I'm saying, to be clear, is that the foundation of the new wall cannot extend beyond where the toe of the existing wall is, where the toe of the existing wall meets the lake bed. We can't extend it out further.
In other words, the toe.
I understand what he's saying, and I understand what he's saying. And because it would take up. Why? I guess is the question. Because it would enter into the water.
So by moving the blocks further into the lake, you're filling a lake, and we're not allowed to fill the wetland. That's why.
I'm going to call on Matt Merle. He had his hand raised, but he's muted himself.
Okay, there we go. Thank you. Sorry. I'm kind of muting here because I'm also typing at the same time, and I just didn't want you guys to listen to me clicking all night long. But going to what Commissioner Dwyer was just saying, that was a concern cited with DEP and the number. When they issued the file number, they wanted to ensure that the lake bottom was not being filled. So I'm glad that Commissioner Dwyer and Mr. Luck brought that issue up. So we need to make it clear that in this plan, it doesn't constitute a change in the lake bottom or a fill within the lake itself. And that seemed to be their greatest concern.
So Matt, can you please read for the record what the DEP's comments were on this?
They issued a DEP number 208-1191. The comment said, based on the schematics, it appears that the project will alter land under water bodies / waterways. If this is the case, please quantify the alterations and provide a description as to how the performance standards for the wetland resource area will be met. So in other words, what they're trying to say is when you do water work on land underwater, you may have to do some type of remediation for it if you're taking up the land underwater. In this case, based on the line of questioning between Commissioners Luck and Commissioner Dwyer, it's obvious that he's not, but that's going to need to be spelled out in the order of conditions that the wall needs to be built in the manner on the schematics showing no alteration in land underwater.
Okay, so this is Bill again. So if I take that, if you go to that 5th slide, please, Bob.
The last one?
Yeah. If I take that, where it says edge of existing retaining wall, if I move that arrow over to be coincident, vertical from the bottom of the wall instead of the top, that would be okay?
Yeah, so if the edge of the existing retaining wall points to the where it meets the lake bed, the toe, then it would be okay. Now, your design here shows you that you have a positive batter into the lake bank. Now, that's your design choice. You don't necessarily need to do that. You could keep this vertical if you wanted to.
Yeah, well, I would talk to Brent about that. But from the point of view of getting this whole project approved, if I just move that arrow over to be coincident with the lowest part of the wall on the left side, then that would, and say that's the edge of the existing retaining wall, everything's fine?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great.
Carl Luck.
Yeah, just to beat that dead horse, as long as the edge is defined as the edge at the bottom of the wall, the toe is, as Todd called it, not the edge at the top of the wall.
Right, right.
So the toe,
Right.
so that edge at the edge of existing retaining wall at bottom or at lake bed or whatever, to clarify where that edge is. The other comment while I'm here is clearly this is going to be a lot of excavation. We've seen Brett's walls; they're very good and they have very great foundations, but there's going to be a lot of excavation here. One thing I did notice, and maybe we could improve, maybe we could even improve things around the lake while we're doing this. As you show here, the existing patio is a very hardscape patio across that whole area, and everything. And it's right up to the wall, and it's shown here right up to the top of the wall, so that anything that comes down lands on that patio, washes directly into the lake with nothing in between that puts it in the ground. And I'm wondering if the owner would consider putting a small, I don't know what you call it, trough kind of thing between the patio and the wall that is permeable, so that the water running down the patio would go behind the wall and not flow over the wall and into the lake directly.
Mr. Emke, can I ask you, are you planning to replace the existing patio surface at all, or are you planning to
No,
keep it?
no, I plan to keep it as is. Just,
Okay. And Carl, are you saying that the existing patio surface is impermeable? Carl?
It's pretty impermeable. It's got a lot of runoff, and clearly, when you look at this diagram, and the owner even mentioned it when we were there. You know, the front few feet of that patio stone has to be removed in order to get this foundation in. So
Yep.
it's certainly going to be taken out temporarily the first few feet. So there is an opportunity to create a drainage trough along the back of that wall.
Thank you, Carl. Jack Rabbit.
I just wanted to point out that the frontage wall, if they had moved in, that would become a trespass issue with regard to the association.
Thank you, Jack. Any other comments from the commission? Any comments from the public? If a member of the public who has a comment, please raise their hand.
am I the public?
Well, yeah, if you have something more you'll have to want to say, go right ahead.
Yeah, well, that was that question about a trough? Is that something that you're saying it would be nice to do, or is that something that would be required to get this
Well,
this thing?
Speaking for myself, Mr. Emke,
Yeah.
not for the commission, speaking for myself, you know, if you could take and put not necessarily a trough, but some kind of permeable surface, you know, so that the water could run through it. You know, I speaking for myself, I don't know that you need a trough, but I mean, I don't know how the other commissioners feel about it, but you know, if there'd be something where the water could, because you don't want to, in my view, you don't want a trough right, but a tripping hazard right by the lake. So
Yeah, and in that same context, no, we've obviously over the years seen many rainstorms, and if just from a sort of a clinical aspect, I mean, there's obviously there's water that runs there, but there's no running water over the edge. It's been there for, I don't know, 50 years or something. And I haven't been there for 50 years, but there are 3/8 inch gaps between each of those stones. I'm sure that takes up quite a bit of it. And there are some low spots on the patio that take up some residual water. But so I could probably have a bigger gap there on that section, but this is not a new construction, I guess I'm trying to say. It's been there for a long time.
Jack Rabbit.
Yeah, Bill, you know, the way you're looking at this is that, you know, the wall got pushed in because of the ice building up behind it and such. They have those little aluminum grates.
You know, what's interesting, got pushed out. So
Yeah.
it actually took up lake water. So
Right. Well, if you run on just a 6-inch aluminum grate in between some of those patio stones, a little bit further back, so you allow the water to drain well past the back wide back wall. That
Yeah.
way you won't get the same kind of push. And I would have thrown a grate in maybe a yard in, and that'll achieve what we're looking for in terms of not dumping into the lake, and you'll push water further away from the wall and cause it.
Are you talking about a drainage, something for drainage?
Just a little, you run them across driveways and things like that. If you don't want the
Yeah,
wall.
but you'd have to put that into the low spot, and the low spot, that varies. I don't know if you have a patio on the water, but if it varies year to year.
I have
So
a patio.
unless it's on the low spot, you're not going to collect the water there.
Yeah, you're going to move 90% of your water will go down that grate. There's going to be some that's going to push up. It's just that if you push it all up the front and it starts expanding and keeping getting fed, you'll eventually see that wall start having a hard time.
I'm gonna call on Carl Luck.
Your patio blocks. Okay, I'm out of here.
Yeah,
Right.
Bob, the trough was a really poor choice of words, descriptive words on my part. I was picturing more like you were saying, just even if it was 4 inches of rock, if that gap at the end was just a bigger than a 3/4 inch thing, if it was just a few inches of trap rock or whatever, a big gap that allowed some space to get into the water instead of into the ground instead of over the top. So that's all I was picturing. No big troughs or trip over or any of that stuff. Just
I'm sure.
Any other comments or questions from commissioners? If we have hearing none, I guess I'm looking for a motion, and the comments that I heard that should be included in the motion would be about where the toe of the new retaining wall is going to be, and about some kind of porosity behind the wall. Does anyone want to make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve this based on clarifying the print that the toe of the new wall will be in the same location of the toe of the existing wall, and that some mechanism, porous mechanism, be placed at the edge between the patio and the wall's top to allow the water to go into the soil.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Further discussion? All those in favor by roll call vote. Ken Jones,
Aye.
Rich Birch,
Aye.
Katie Childs,
Aye.
Carl Luck,
Aye.
Jack Rabbit,
Aye.
Todd Dwyer,
Aye.
and I for myself. Mr. Emke, I think you're all set.
Oh, well, okay, except one question. The notice of intent had that disclaimer on it for approval. So are you, or I've been working with Matt on this thing. Should I be resending that, or you want to change the wording on that to make that clarification clear so that it is approved? Because what I got back from the DEP was simply a recognition of the application and not an approval based on what we were just talking about.
And so, well, we just voted on an approval. The DEP will receive a copy of the approval. They have the opportunity to weigh in if they don't agree with our approval. But as far as I know, in the order of conditions that you receive for your approval will contain those two conditions.
It will. Okay.
Yeah, I'll also let Denise Child, who did the review, know exactly what the decision was. I'll even refer to the video so she can watch it herself. I'm sure she'll be fine. It appears that you guys have more than adequately addressed the concern. So
Okay.
I don't think there'll be an issue.
So as far as my interaction with the commission here, as far as paperwork, there's none. I just have to write the check to Brent to get started as soon as the water's down.
Mr. Chairman?
Jack Rabbit.
Bill, just to help you, what we're looking for is a new drawing, right? Incorporating those two pieces, sign it, turn it over to Matt. And as long as those drawings meet those terms and conditions, Matt will probably process it. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Chairman?
Well, maybe you better ask Matt that.
Matt, is that a fair statement?
Yes, that's a fair statement.
Okay.
All right, on to our next hearing.
Bill, give me a call if you have any questions.
All right, I'll revise this drawing and sign it and get it to you.
Okay, you give it to Matt.
And then do
Okay.
I get an official okay somehow?
Yes, you do.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
All right, we're gonna open now 2 hearings concurrently. A continued hearing pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 as amended in the Town of Lunenburg Wetland Protection and Municipal Bylaws. A public hearing on a request for determination of applicability by Gary Williams will be held. Work proposed is the restoration of vegetation removal. The new public hearing, which is also pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 as amended in the Town of Lunenburg Wetland Protection and Municipal Bylaws, is a request for determination for the placement of stairs and a dock. Can the person representing, do we have someone here who is representing Gary Williams? Please raise your hand.
I see Angie on there. I don't know if she's presenting for him tonight.
I'm gonna unmute her.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can, Angie.
Hi, Angie here. Sorry, I was having a hard time raising my hand. It wouldn't click.
So, let me see what I have on this. So, Angie, what have you got for us tonight?
So tonight, in regards to the restoration, I have we have secured Hannigan Engineering to do the restoration plan and the NOI and the survey for the maintenance of the path. I just wanted to confirm with the commission before we start, shooting and designing this, that the amount of trees that were taken down, it's okay for us, instead of planting trees, to do the restoration area and the 2 rope swing spots. I just wanted confirmation.
I'm sorry, what are you asking for confirmation of?
Because there's been discussions a couple times. So Mr. Williams had taken down the trees, and we had, legally we have to replant the trees that were, 8 inches to the corresponding tree per the Lunenburg bylaw. But instead of planting the trees, I know we had discussed doing the 2 restoration areas of the 2 old rope swing spots that were highly degraded. There's one on each side of the peninsula. But I just wanted confirmation that that was acceptable.
Angie, you haven't given, in my opinion, as chairman, you haven't given us enough information to even consider the request. I mean, we have no diagram.
I'm not sure if it went through, but I sent over some images. Let me see if I can share them right now. Hold on.
Who'd you send them to?
I tried sending them to the LCC email, but I was having a really hard time because the documents are fairly large. Let me send them. See here if you can pull that up. So yeah, there was the 2 large areas, and then myself and Gary, we had gone out and we were looking at all the different tree stumps that were there that that the commission and ourselves were like, okay, this one was taken down. We actually found the pieces that match each stump for the older stumps that we weren't sure if they were dead or alive. I have pictures of those as well. I can share. Would it be easier for me to share my screen, Bob?
I don't know how to do that. I'm sorry. So Rich, do you know how I allow Angie to share her screen? I don't.
It is a general setting. You can allow anyone to share screen or only host. I might Myself, I would probably ask that she either emails or gets them into us for the next meeting. Kind of
I
difficult
would
to try to
agree.
get all of this moving, especially when we have such a clogged agenda this evening.
Yeah, Angie, I'm not real comfortable moving forward without having all this in ahead of time. What do you have for us? We have 2 RDAs tonight that are now currently open under this concurrent public hearing. One is for the replanting, and the other is for the dock and stairs. What do you have for us on the dock and stairs?
All right, so for the dock and stairs, I had sent over, just a typed Microsoft Word thing, just about what happened. So the dock and stairs, after reviewing the lake, I attached images. They're the most suitable option for the resource area at this time. The stairs, if you look at Lake Champlain and the Great Lakes, they actually use this method to protect the slope from erosion from people walking down the way that Mr. Williams installed it. It provides a safe access to the dock, as well as it protects the erosion. I went out and I had measured, I swam out, and the dock is 75 feet from the point. I also had Christopher Knuth from Geoservices also measured it, and he got the same number as 75 and a couple inches. And when I was observing the dock, even when people are jumping on it, it does not hit the bottom of the rocks. I know that was a concern of one of the commissioners. Excuse me. And then for the dock, when the season's over, Mr. Williams is proposing that when they do the lake drawdown, that's when he would remove it and secure it so it wouldn't get stuck in the ice and cause any damage to the slope or the shoreline through the winter with the ice melting and shrinking. I had gone out on 3 different occasions and I observed the dock for 3 to 7 hours just to see how close different boats, jet skis, and kayaks were coming to the point. If they're at risk for injury, I know that was one of the concerns. A lot of the jet skis, they stayed about 40 to 50 feet. A couple did come close just to check and see if I had permission to be on the dock, actually. They were abutters that Mr. Williams has asked to keep an eye on the point to make sure people aren't going there. The closest I found was somebody came about 5 feet to the point, and that was just paddle boarders and kayaks that couldn't. There was a lot of wakes, so they weren't able to go into the middle. And I went out there when there was a heavy rain, and I observed if the stairs were permeable, if they were allowing water to get to this. There was some small vegetation of some blueberry bushes under there that were a dwarf size. They are still getting water. It's still wet underneath there when it rains. The water is going through the cracks in the stairs. They're not tight enough that it stops any water from going through. And there was no erosion where the flat base footings were laying on the shoreline as well. Nothing was slipping or sliding. I do think that this would be the best permanent solution because it's also removable. If Mr. Williams decides to sell it or if there's ever an issue, these stairs are technically temporary, and he, with some friends, could very easily pick them up and move them and take them off of the slope if that became an issue. I wouldn't think that'd be agreeable to do, just because, as I said before, it is providing a safe access point, and it's providing one access point instead of several access points into getting the water. And, the commission can tell them he has to take out the stairs, he has to take out the dock, but he can still go swimming there. He can still invite his friends over there to go, use the point to walk down to the water. And this would, in my opinion, would be the best way to assure that we don't have multiple points of erosion, and we're able to kind of limit it and give everyone a safe access point that prevents erosion. And currently, after the last few meetings, Mr. Williams, he put a chain at the bottom of the access point, and he also put a chain at the top of the stairs and the bottom of the stairs with no trespassing signs all around the point to ensure that no one is using the point against his will. The only people that really have been using it have been myself and a couple other of his family members. He really just intends to use it so he can relax, swim, enjoy the lake. He's not really doing major damage. And I know I had received multiple emails from other abutters out there who were highly impressed with how, excuse me, with what he had done and how he's limiting people going out there, how he's taking down the rope swings and limiting where the erosion is going in. I climbed up where the other 2 rope swings were, and it's all sand. It's very difficult.
Angie?
Yes?
I'm just going to interject here. The commission got copies of messages from Joel Swenson, Joel and Jessica Swenson, from Francis and Lauren Moore, from Jason Roux, R-O-U-X. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. From Mike DeFazio, and from Daryl Goodale. And I would just note that the commission has access to all those, and I assume that they've all reviewed them. So I just wanted to state that for the record.
Thank you, Chairman Peace. And then the final thing I just noted, and I'm going to try and send over the Google Docs as a link this time instead of an attachment. But I had observed and taken pictures of the path, even from the time when we had all gone out there on the site visit. There is a lot of vegetation growing back along the path. Some of it's like up to my knees. It's nothing super special. It's no rare plants. It's just some grasses and some weeds here and there. But even though Mr. Williams has been, driving up there with his side-by-side, vegetation is still growing. It's just getting pushed down, and it's popping back up very easily because he's going so slow. It's not causing erosion along the pathway.
Questions or comments from commissioners? Please raise your hand. Carla.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, just a clarification, Angie, you mentioned the dock in the winter. Could you explain what the plan is in the winter with the dock again?
Sure, Mr. Luck. So when they do the drawdown, instead of leaving the dock in the lake, in the lake all winter long when it freezes and it can be shallow, it'll be pulled out. It'll be removed, so it's not floating. So like when you have the ice and all the movement in the spring, it won't crash into the shoreline.
So when you say removed, it'll be taken to some other location and taken out of the lake, or?
Taken out of the lake. I believe he's going to attach it to the stair, the bottom of the stair.
So it'll be sitting, it'll still be in the lake though. It'll still be on the lake bed.
It won't be on the lake bed. It'll be up on the stair. So it won't be in the water, or it'll be on the edge. Like the stairs.
Actually store it on top of the stairs? That 8 by 20 dock or whatever it is?
I'm sorry, what was the last part?
It's a very large dock. You're saying you're going to take it out and put it up on the stairs, on the slope?
Yes, he's going to take it up and attach it to the stairs. So it's like vertical along it.
So he's going to turn it on its side so he can put it on the stairs and fasten it to the stairs, I think is what you're trying to describe.
Thank you. It's like, I'm not a dock person, so that's how it was described to me. So.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Dwyer.
Mr. Chairman, I had one other point. It was.
I'm sorry, Carla.
Yeah, just in terms of the location, thank you for the clarification, 75 feet from the edge. Just for people who don't understand, although that between that peninsula and the one across the wave that's pointing at it, although it's, several hundred feet away, there really is only 50 feet that is deep enough for certain boats to really go. So boats, good sized boats will tend to hug that corner, and I've seen them come around there and be fairly close. I think if this was being requested as it should have been before putting it in, I know for one I would have. I don't have a problem with the stairs and getting access if they're done right, and it sounds like they're done right. But I would definitely have pushed strongly to have them be located another 50 or so feet down where this old rope swing devastation area is. it would get it away from that point. And I tell you, people come around that point pretty darn close. And if anyone was coming into that dock and slowed down, the dock is 20 something feet out and the boats are 20. So you could easily be 50 feet, out away from the shore, slowly going in. And I think that could be a safety hazard. So I think that assembly really should be moved another, I don't know how far it is. Maybe you do, Angie, where the old rope swing is, and there's a lot of devastation. So that's my.
Is that it, Kyle?
Yep. Thank you, Paul.
Todd Dwyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've been by the dock a number of times in my own boat. It only extends out 28 feet per the drawing into the lake. This is an area with several hundred feet of lake for boats to maneuver. I don't share Carl's concerns, although I do agree with him that if they presented the application to us initially, I would have also supported moving it a little further from the point. But at this point, it is what it is, and I don't support removing it or moving it anywhere else on the point. Thank you.
Thank you. Jack Rabbit.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I have actually received inquiries and actually spoken with residents who've called me or wrote to me and have had a chance to communicate with them. Obviously there's a lot of good parts that we'd read and they're available to be read in terms of residents supporting them. Not all residents do. There's a couple of key questions that they've raised. And one is, why did this more revolves around the remediation and the penalties associated with it. And I'd just like to explain to those that might be watching or listening or catching on, there's another phase that would go along once we've done the remediation and once we've agreed on what it'll look like, then we come back and assess the penalties and question that. So yes, clearly this individual should have come to us in the very, very beginning. And of course, he should have responded immediately and stopped when Matt did that piece. But that'll happen later on. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other comments or questions from commissioners? And Richard Birch.
I did have just a quick question on the plan that you have shared, Mr. Chair. I see the stairs and I see the stairs just end. Is there any plan on what we're going to do on the property? I mean, generally speaking, stairs, docks do correspond with a residence being built on a property. And if we're not putting a residence on there, that, in my opinion, would make the bar much higher for any sort of disturbance within the 30-foot no-touch zone. So I don't see or have heard any plan on what we're going to do with our property that we're putting the stairs in. I mean, right now, the applicant's agent did state that he's driving out there with his side-by-side ATV. The plan does say existing cart path, but we had to take trees and things down to get out there. So technically it was not an existing cart path. It may at one point in the past had been a cart path, but there was no existing used cart path that I saw when I walked out there with Commissioner Dwyer. So I guess I would like a little more information. And again, with the agenda problems that we have this evening, not having this information in front of us, we should probably just be moving on until such time as we have the information for review.
I would say for myself, I don't know how much frontage Gary has here on the lake, but I'm assuming it's well over 1,000 feet. I'm sure there are other instances where people have docks and they don't have a house. There's nothing in the Inland Wetlands Act that says you have to have a house to have a dock, or in our bylaws or anywhere else. I think every commissioner knows it'd be impossible to comply with our regulations and put a house on there. So I find that I find that to be kind of a funny approach to this issue.
In what regards?
Questions from the commissioners? If not, I'm going to open up to comments or questions from the public.
In what regard, Mr. Chair, is that a funny way of looking at it? That
Well, it's just
we have the 30-foot no disturbance zone, and we just have a set of stairs with no idea of what else is going on around it.
People are using the stairs to access the dock.
But are we going to develop the end of the stairs so that they can park their ATVs and have tables and again, then we're still, I mean, it's 31 feet. So clearly the entire set of stairs is in the 30-foot no disturbance zone. And at least if this is drawn to scale, they may have 4 to 6 feet at the very apex of the hill that is outside of the 30-foot no disturbance zone. But we do need quite a bit more information on what the plan is here to consider a variance to our bylaw. And again,
Matt Morrow. Matt Morrow. Matt Morrow asked unmute.
Okay, so to address those points, one, I just wanted to point out that, Mr. Chairman, I know you and I did review a narrative that Angela sent. I can't find it on my email or on my storage, so I'll check for it on the computer when I get back into the office. The other thing is, I'm assuming that under a notice of intent, the applicant would be amenable to, and the commission has the power to do this under the bylaw, that if the stairs is allowed by the commission on an order of conditions or determination, that a condition be put in the order of conditions prohibiting any further construction work on the site, save maintenance of what would be existing at that point.
Thank you, Matt. Ken, did you lower your hand, Ken? Okay, I'm going to call on Joanna Bellata.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say in regards to the dock and the stairs, Joanna Bellata, resident of 362 Sunset Lane. I agree with what Mr. Dwyer said. I don't see an issue where the dock is. And I just want to share, I understand the 30-foot no disturbance is a Lunenburg. I don't know if it's in the rules and regs or bylaw, whichever terminology you use. The state says anything within 30 feet that is a permanent structure. And I know Lunenburg changed it to the 30 no foot. And now I'm just getting a little concerned that we're now saying not only do you come in front of us for docks, but we're also going to mandate or tell you where that dock needs to go on your property. And that just makes me a little nervous that as a homeowner, I'm now losing that flexibility as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to call on whoever 978-582-9379 is. And I'm asking you to unmute yourself. Nine seven eight 582-9379. According to my participant list, you have muted yourself. Now you disappeared. Oh, no, there you're back. I see you, whoever that is, and then your hand is raised. I'm not quite sure. Anybody have any idea what someone on the phone has to do to unmute themselves?
I believe it's *9.
I think *9. I thought *9 was to raise your hand.
You are correct. Well, maybe just lower their hand, and if they want to speak again, they can put it back up.
But unmuting.
Oh, I'm betting that's Gary Williams because he's often called in the past.
I don't believe that's Mr. Williams' phone number.
Okay. Well, I can't help this person. Is there anyone else, any other questions or comments from commissioners? I'm going to do a straw poll on the hearing. We have two concurrent hearings. First of all, I'm looking for a motion to continue the hearing on the restoration of vegetation removal.
So moved.
I'm looking for a motion to continue that hearing. We're not going to finish that tonight.
I'd second that.
Who made the motion?
Would that be to September 2nd, Mr. Chair?
Thank you so much for bringing that out. Yes, it would be till September 2nd. So I'm looking for a motion to continue that until September 2nd.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call. Any further discussion? Roll call vote. Ken Jones.
Aye.
Rich Birch. Rich Birch.
Aye.
Katie Childs.
Aye.
Carl Luck. Carl.
Aye.
Thank you. Jack Rabbit.
Aye.
Todd Dwyer.
Aye.
An aye for myself. Now as to the second hearing on the approval of the dock and stairs. I want to do a straw poll to see where people want to go on this. I'm going to start with Ken Jones. What are your thoughts on this, Ken?
It looks like before we do that, Bob, that Angie wants to say something else.
Angie, do you want to say something else?
If that's okay, Mr. Pease.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to address, I know Mr. Luck had a concern about moving the dock over to where one of the old rope swings were, where it's already eroded. With the method of installation that Mr. Williams used, that's temporary and that can be removed. It actually slide and it could cause divots and actually more damage and slide into the lake at some point because of how eroded those areas are. You can barely walk up them without having to climb up using your hands and feet. I can't imagine putting a set of stairs on top of it with people going up and down would be very safe or secure long-term or good for that slope. I just wanted to address that. And I know Mr. Birch had made some comments about what's the plan for the land. I can assure you that Mr. Williams does not plan on building a house out here. He already owns a house. He doesn't have any lake frontage. And he wanted somewhere where he could, take his grandkids, take his wife and, sit by the fire, hang out, go swimming, have fun with his family. He's not planning on building a house out here. Sorry.
Thank you, Angie. And again, whoever 978-582 9379 is, I would love to have you listen to whatever your comments are, but you have to unmute yourself. There's nothing I can do at my end to unmute you. So now, Ken Jones, what are your thoughts on what we should do here?
I guess I'd like to see this second hearing continued as well. I feel like we can't make a complete decision until we see what the remediation plan is going to look like and, sort of take this on its totality. So.
Thank you, Ken. Rich Birch.
I agree with Ken as far as continuing until we get more information. And again, there still needs to be more information as to what's going to happen on the land other than the stairs and the dock. Now we have fire pit, we have sitting areas. And again, most all of this is within the 30-foot no disturbance zone. So there definitely needs to be more information.
Katie?
I'm in full agreement with Rich and Ken. I think there needs to be some more details documented, and I'd like to continue this.
Carl?
Just a comment. I'd just like to thank Amy's input on that, on moving the dock. And I do see that there are construction challenges there. So I appreciate you mentioning that. And I agree with all of the members who came before me.
Jack Rabbit,
I totally agree with Ken and Rich and the rest of the members.
Todd,
Yeah, I think it should be continued with the other hearings so we can
I'm looking
resolve
for a
them
motion to
together.
continue. Oh, wait,
So
Angie
moved.
has her hand up again.
Second,
Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Peace. I just wanted to clarify really quick. I thought that the restoration was in response to the trees being cut for the path. No trees or anything was disturbed in the 30-foot no-touch zone when when the stairs and dock was installed. That was kind of a separate secondary issue. I do understand the absolute want for wanting the NOI for the restoration plan, but just for permission for him to have the stairs and dock out there, so he doesn't have to keep coming back and stressing out about this. I just wanted clarification if this was also included in the restoration. I was a little confused.
Well, from my point of view, and I'm not any more, I don't have any more authority on this than any of the other 6 commissioners. There was the issue of remediating the trees that were moved and the trees that were along the, along the top of the esker. And then there was the issue of the dock and the stairs. And I didn't think there was any remediation for the dock and the stairs because I did not personally see when I looked that any vegetation had been removed for the stairs. But that's just my understanding. If anybody has a different understanding, they should feel free to say it now, but that's my understanding.
Thank you.
I'm looking for a motion to continue to September 2nd.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Roll call vote. Ken Jones,
Aye.
Rich Birch,
Aye.
Katie Childs,
Aye.
Carl Luck,
Aye.
Jack Rabbit,
aye.
Todd Dwyer,
Aye.
and I for myself. Any questions, Angie, before we go on to our next public hearing?
I don't think so. If I do, I'll email Matt.
Thank you so much. On to our 4th public hearing. Let's get rid of this. Continued, pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 is amended in the Town of Lunenburg Wetland Protection and Municipal Bylaws. A public hearing on a request for determination by Marley Dixon for work at 307 Townsend Harbor Road will be held. Work proposed is the placement of a privacy fence and a sunscreen house. Is there anyone here to represent the Dixons? Please raise your hand.
Mr. Chairman, very quickly, I will be recusing myself from voting because they are friends of mine and they live relatively close to me. However, I will retain the abutters' right to comment, to ask comments and such.
Is there anyone here to represent the Dixons? Please raise your hand.
Looks like Martha Gray is raising her hand.
Under Martha Gray.
Where's Martha Gray? She's not rising to the top in my.
Waving.
Oh, is she raising her hand physically? I see. Martha Gray, please unmute yourself.
Okay. Hi there. This is Marley Dixon here. How are you guys?
Marley.
Hi. We're requesting permission to put up a privacy fence and a screen house as well, due to privacy, safety, and for medical reasons due to some medical issues I'm having that I cannot be in direct contact with the sun.
And so the only diagram that I have is this picture of the screen house. Let me
Should have a picture.
share that. 1 second.
I have a diagram of the fence.
Right.
This is the only diagram I have.
Bob, you should also have a diagram as the fence as well, as we sent it into Matt. We've actually sent a couple.
Revised it.
We even revised it.
Unfortunately, they don't, and I have this locust diagram. There's nothing else on the cloud that's available to me. Matt, do you have anything
It
else?
should be. I remember putting it up.
Right.
Let me look at it a different way. This is 307. Oh, wait a minute, what's this?
Right, 37.
Oh, I
Bob,
found
it's
something.
it's in the cloud, right,
Yep,
right on the top.
I
put it in-
found it. I'm going to, this is 307 Townsend Harbor Road. I apologize.
All right.
So let's share this.
That's not that. Well, that's kind of.
These diagrams you were speaking of,
Yes, sir.
hallelujah.
Mm-hmm.
So talk to us about what you want to do here. And tell me if you want to switch to the other page.
Okay. Can we head over to the fence?
The next one
The
down.
next one down?
Yep.
So pretty much what we would like to do is build a privacy fence.
14 feet. 14 feet off the property line.
Right. It's 14 feet off the property line. We want it to consist of 5 panels that are 4x8 panels.
Point out the marker.
Yep, and it's 24 feet from the monument marker there on the property, which we own beyond that, but just to give you measurements. It's also 50 feet from the water.
Marker.
We did go ahead and construct one panel just so that you guys could get an idea exactly what it is that we're looking to do.
Okay, and
The footpath also is intact. That doesn't disturb the footpath at all.
Right.
are there any comments or questions from commissioners about the fence?
Mr. Chairman? I can't get.
Go ahead.
So the footpath is that's along the road now. That's the path that you're referring to that's going to remain in place and people can still
Correct. Even though it's our
get
problem.
to the sorry?
Right. Mr. Luck, even though it's our property, we do have like railroad tires there. People are able to access the dike, if you will, like to walk it. We allow them to come up on our property. So that's not being taken away at all. So they're still able to utilize that to access the dike to walk.
The footpath's behind.
The footpath is actually would go behind the fencing.
Behind being on the road
Closest to
side
the
of the
road.
fence?
Yes.
Yes, okay, good, thank you. My other concern, which is more serious, is the covering of the deck. I remember when the deck was permitted, it was, as in most of the decks that we talk about that are in this area, and this is within the 30-foot no touch, that the deck was permeable, that we weren't affecting the infiltration, into the ground. And now we're being asked to put a pretty serious constructed, 2x4 construction building basically on top of that fence with a roof. So this doesn't seem to be consistent with our rulings in other areas where we've recently actually had made someone take down a screened-in structure that was within 30 feet of the lake. So,
Right. I personally had some pretty serious health issues. Recently had cancer on cancer medications that are pretty harsh. And I'm not supposed to have sun exposure. I can have severe side effects. So that's why we are asking this, so I can utilize the lake with my family and not have these side effects. And we try to be as consistent as possible with other people in the neighborhood to kind of do something similar to what they did as well, hoping that it wouldn't be an issue. Also, too, we took into consideration if it rains, we wanted to, I don't know if you want to scroll up to the screen house, but we're hoping to incorporate, some gutters for drainage and below the gutters, we were hoping to put rain barrels to catch the water. And at that point, we can utilize it to water the flowers at the lake or.
So there'd be no erosion. We
No
consider
concern
the
for erosion.
so I appreciate my concerns over your health issues, but there are very large umbrellas that can be put.
I spent $500 on an umbrella that has been lifted up and catapulted off the deck at least 3 times, and now it's finally broke. I've bought probably 4 other umbrellas, and we've tried to place them strategically on the deck, only to have them be ripped off and torn to shreds. It's just, we've tried, trust me, we've tried, we've thought of, everything that we could conceivably think of to add shade, because when that tree, if you remember, fell, that was the shade that we all needed for everybody's protection. And that tree is gone, and it's pretty barren. If you notice, it's pretty barren.
Yes, I have. There is a lot of sun, but again, I'm concerned about the regulations and rulings were made other places. So, but that's my only comment, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Carl. Any other comments or questions from commissioners?
Mr. Chair, what is the dimensions of the screen house?
It would be 12 by 16.
So the entire deck is now going to become the screen house.
Correct. So we can utilize the most of it.
Okay. And is there any way that you can only put a roof over a portion of it that's outside of the 30-foot no disturbance area?
I mean, no, at that point, you can't, it wouldn't be worth it. It's a small area to begin with. I mean, I know that you know that.
Anything else, Rich?
Oh, that is it. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions from commissioners? Any other comments or questions from the public? Please raise your hand if you have anything else to say. Oh, Jack Rabbit.
As an abutter, not as a member. First of all, I would like to thank Marley and Ryan for being such great neighbors and being neighborly with regard to preserving that path. We all completely recognize that it is your property, and you could have chosen not to allow us to have that path. And for Jane and I, that's kind of important because it's hard. We do appreciate you put the timbers in, you put the cute little sign said, hey, walk up the timbers and walk around. So thank you very much. And it's consistent with the whole neighborhood in terms of what they had done. It works out real well. With regard to the screen house, they have put rain gutters in there. And, our problem is we can't get water. We can't get water right now from the lake because of the treatments. Otherwise, we'd kill the plants. So the rain gutters are a really good solution, and I don't see a potential erosion as long as you empty them every so often. But the part of it is I also recognize the design of that screen house, and it is totally consistent with one that's just down the street. I get some ideas by that. So I think, given the fact that where we live, right on the Mulpus Swamp, and with regard to the mosquito population, we can have it sprayed 14 times a day. It's safer to have live in a screen house. The winds, by the way, are predominantly in our direction. And if you'll notice that if you come down in the fall, you'll see that Marley's property, the Bertram's property, our property is inundated in leaves, and we sustain a pretty high wind all the time. So given the fact that the umbrellas are breaking, and my neighbor next door, he lost 3 or 4 of them as well. Unless you create a solid structure, you're not going to be able to preserve that. With the loss of that tree in the shading, it seriously degrades the enjoyment of that property. So for me to sit there and say, oh my God, there's going to be a screen house that looks just like mine next to it, I'm totally okay with that. And I get some ideas on screens. You buy screen doors. But in any case, I would support this in that I believe that while I totally agree with Commissioner Luck that they have in the past had people remove them, it was a different situation in that there were larger pieces of property that would support moving them. In this particular case, it's just a sliver. And therefore, we have that gray, the commissioners have that gray zone that would allow that to happen. And given that, aside from the medical issues, staying with our conservation, it would be practical. And I do have to point out that since they have moved in and rejuvenated that area, that was essentially an area full of garbage, branches, bottles, and everything else. They've done a really nice job cleaning that up. So I would think that that would be consistent with their enjoyment, would be consistent with cleaning up that property as well. So that said, thank you.
Let's wrap it up, Jack.
314 Townsend Harbor Road, John Wayland. Excuse me.
Thank you so much, Jack.
I'm prepared to make a motion, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Ken.
I would make a motion that we approve the plans as proposed.
Is there a second?
We're waiting for a second.
I thought I heard somebody say second.
Did someone say second? I didn't hear anyone second it. Is there a different motion?
Mr. Chair, I would make a motion that we approve the fence as described in the application and deny the screen house.
Is there a second for that?
Second.
Katie, you have a comment? Discussion?
I just kind of have a bit of a question. I know appears to be a permanent structure, correct? You wouldn't be able to move it at all?
No, we would bolt it down.
No, it would be
Bolt it down.
the existing deck. It would be constructed to the existing deck.
All right. Would it make sense then, just for clarification, Mr. Chair, to do an NOI for this, or does that make sense at all?
What is that, Katie?
So it's a more how do I describe it? You get more detail in the plans. I know the issue more here is because of the bylaw, we don't allow any structure within 50 feet, but it is a permanent structure, so it's more, an RDA is more for temporary, a shed built up or something like that, or a tent house or something like that. So just, Mr. Chair, for a point of clarification, would that make more sense or no?
From my personal point of view, especially if the motion goes as that's been made and seconded, the part that you're advocating, should be considered for an NOI, it wouldn't apply.
Okay. Just
And
for point of clarification on my part.
there any other further discussion
I mean,
Can we,
from commissioners? Todd Dwyer.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I just want to say that I support the motion to allow the fence and deny the screen house. I just can't justify putting a permanent structure there when 3 weeks ago or 4 weeks ago we had someone remove a similar structure.
Any other discussion from commissioners? Roll call vote. Ken Jones.
No.
Richard Birch.
Aye.
Katie Childs.
Aye.
Carl Luck.
Aye.
Todd Dwyer.
Aye.
And I for myself as well. So your fence is approved and your screen house is not.
thank you, Ken and Jack, for trying.
no,
Uh,
I mean, I will have to say, Mr. Pease, it's just a little frustrating because there's already a pre-existing deck.
The
So
deck
we're
is-
trying to add it on top of it, but obviously,
it's not going to do anything detrimental.
Right.
It's hard to understand how that could be accepted, and we have that, and that this is not going to, the materials that are being used have no environmental impact, negative environmental impact whatsoever.
on top of,
If anything, it may even help with the wind erosion that occurs on the corner there, which is
Right.
pretty strong and pretty violent at times. I just, the fact that we're willing to, do the rain gutters, the rain barrels,
and
we didn't use a fiberglass roof so that it wouldn't be a heavy structure, if you want it to, want us to say it's temporary, then we'll say it's temporary, and we'll just, if we have to take it down with a couple of screws, we take it down. I don't know. My daughter
I'm
can't.
sorry, but the commission has voted. We have 16 hearings tonight. I'm going to hear from Commissioner Dwyer has his hand up.
Oh, I did take it down, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. And we're going to move on to the next hearing. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Hearing number 6. Whoop, no, hearing number 5. Continued pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 is amended in Town of Lunenburg Wetland Protection and Municipal Bylaws, a public hearing. A request for determination by Andrew LeBlanc for work at 362 Townsend Harbor Road will be held. Work proposed is the placement of a dock. First of all, let's stop sharing my, I think I'm still, yeah, okay, good. Stop the screen sharing. Do we have anyone here to represent Mr. LeBlanc? I'm not sure we need him. Let me call up his, let me share the screen for this. This is hearing number 5. Let's share this. Matt Murrow. Please unmute yourself, Matt.
Yeah, just to remind the commission, this was the gentleman that has the unusual work schedule.
And so we have here a dock. It's 16 feet long, 8 feet at the outs, 4 feet across the back. Are there any questions or comments from commissioners on this dock?
Were there any schematics or diagrams of the dock itself? Is it on wheels? Is it floating? How's it securing to the land? Is the plan to take it out in the wintertime?
There is a plan to take it out in the wintertime. I believe it's aluminum mat,
Because there is no description that I can find in his application.
He told me it was an aluminum dock.
Aluminum
Yeah,
dock.
he told me it was an aluminum dock that lifts out.
Is there anything in the application, in the RDA, in the text, Matt?
I didn't see anything, no.
And Matt, did you receive the sign off from the post office for the certificate of mailing? 'Cause I noticed you had been putting them in on some of these applications.
Yes,
Okay, so you have that in the office.
yes.
Something pre-coffee.
Katie Childs.
I was just looking at the file, and it says add sand to existing beach. The additional sand will not go to water's edge. Do we have any more information on that? Any diagram? How far down the beach? I would personally like more detail.
That was from that was his previous file.
Okay, so he's not adding sand to the beach now, Matt?
No.
No, he already did that. That was that was a separate RDA.
Oh, that's what I had
There should be another one in there for the dock.
on the cloud. Okay,
Where would it be, Matt?
because
It
that
should be
file
his
says
file
PH
under the
doc.
new folder.
That's what I was looking at.
Mr. Chair, I would actually suggest a motion that we continue this and at least till Matt can find the proper application for us, where we have a congested agenda
Well,
to continue
we
forward.
do have the proper application on the
Okay.
cloud. If you take and you look in the cloud, there is a there's a new hearings for August 19th folder.
Okay,
And look inside the new hearings for August 19th folder.
and what's the address?
The address is,
362 Townsend Harbor?
yep,
I don't see one, I could be mistaken, but I see a 214 Townsend Harbor.
okay.
Yeah, it's
I don't
not in,
see-
it's not in that
there.
folder.
And the other one on the cloud is just the one about the sand.
Yep,
Nothing about a dock.
Oh, it's on the cloud in the folder. It's 326 Townsend Harbor.
Yeah, that just says
yep,
about
but that's the
sand.
one that, yeah, Katie's correct, and she read it word for word. It's the application for the sand.
Yeah.
I'm looking for a motion
Yeah,
to
I must-
continue.
I'd make a motion to continue until September 2nd.
Second.
All those, roll call vote. Any further discussion? I'm assuming none. Ken Jones,
Aye.
Rich Birch,
Aye.
Katie Childs,
Aye.
Carl Luck,
Aye.
Jack Rabbit,
Aye.
Todd Dwyer,
Aye.
and I for myself as well. Hearing number 6. Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, as amended in the Town of Lunenburg Wetland Protection and Municipal Bylaw, a public hearing on a request for determination by David Feinberg for work at 25 Cliffview Terrace will be held. Work proposed is the placement of a raft and ramp application and supporting documents are available for review at the Conservation Commission office. I would just say that Carl and Matt and I and I forget who else went and looked at this on Saturday, and it's for the replacement of an existing. It's not a new dock; it's the replacement of an existing dock and ramp, and it's all built in there for us to see. I'm going to call on Mr. Feinberg. I'm going to ask him to unmute. Here we go, Mr. Feinberg.
Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, good. Hi, how is everybody?
Good. But let's get beyond the pleasantries and get to your application.
Okay, I basically have approximately an 8 by 10 foot floating dock that is falling apart and is dangerous, and I just want to replace what I have with a new dock that's been built.
And I have a diagram here.
Yeah, I apologize for the quality of the diagram.
Somewhere here I have a diagram. Oh yeah, it's pretty small. Let me.
Yeah, I apologize. I didn't realize.
That's all right. That's okay. I can blow it up. after I screen share it. Let's see, 25. I think that and we'll blow it up to 200. And we'll scroll over to the end.
Okay, no, that's it.
That's it. So there's an existing ramp and an existing floating dock.
Right, and I'm just replacing almost foot by foot, inch by inch what I already have. I'm
Are
just
there any
making,
questions or comments from commissioners?
No.
Carl Luck.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, as you said, I was on the site visit. I have to say that there was great care taken to exactly replicate what's there, and no, without any additional disturbances at the beach area. So I think it's a good plan, and I applaud the applicant for, really just doing exactly what's there, but upgrading. Thank you.
thank you.
Jack Rabbit.
Hello, Andrew. Hey, you've got posts going into the soil. Are those coming out at the end of the year, or are they going to get ripped up by the ice like we always get killed on?
No, actually, those posts were put there. I have a telephone pole type log at my beach to stop erosion.
Okay.
I put those posts there to keep that from floating away.
Ah, okay.
And that's been there for years.
Okay, I didn't know except to walk by and say, "Oh, they stopped midway." Okay,
Oh,
good
no,
job.
no, those were there to keep that log in place to stop beach erosion.
Okay.
Any other comments or questions from commissioners? Any questions or comments from the public? I'm looking for a motion to approve.
So moved.
Actually, for a
Second.
negative determination.
Right.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote. Ken Jones.
Aye.
Richard Birch.
Aye.
Katie Giles.
Aye.
Carl Luck.
Aye.
Jack Rabbit.
Hi.
Todd Dwyer.
Aye.
And I for myself.
Thank you very
Congratulations, Mr.
much.
Feinberg.
Thank you very, very much. I appreciate it immensely.
Thank you, David.
On to public hearing number 7.
Good night.
Continued pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, as amended by the Town of Lunenburg Wetland Protection and Municipal Bylaws, a public hearing on a request for determination by Joseph and Amanda Levine for work at 163 Island Road will be held. Work proposed is the placement of a free floating dock. The supporting dock, blah, blah, blah. I don't need to read that other stuff. Is either Mandy or Joe on the line here?
Mr. Chair, before you move forward, I cannot find any information on this hearing. The folder on the cloud is empty.
I can call it up on my screen.
Okay.
Aha, I see them. I'm going to ask them to unmute.
Rich, if you go back out to where the all the files are, back out one level, 163 Island Road dock application is there. That PDF is there.
Okay.
At least that's what it's labeled as. I'm scrolling through it now.
Thank you.
Yep.
And some of this is my fault. Given that we had 16 hearings tonight, I tried to take and put all the files that I had to call up in order. And in doing that, I moved some of them around, and some of them are places that can't be shared now, and that's my fault. Okay, so let me share the screen, then I'm going to call on Joe and Mandy. 1 second. Share screen. Here we go.
She's fine.
So Joe and Mandy, tell us about your dock.
Hi, thank you. The dock is an aluminum dock. It is a bolt together system. It doesn't go into the mud. It's on the posted on the steel mud flaps. We we kept that design and that angle because of the, it can get shallow out from the Mopus Brook to try and, allow as many people further upstream our neighbors to get by easier. It's pretty straightforward. It's aluminum. It's not adhered with any kind of concrete or, into the ground in any way. It's just kind of sitting there. It's attached to the lake's edge, just on top of just the stone rocks on the edge of the lake.
Okay.
Are there any questions or comments from commissioners? Jack Rabbit.
Real quick. Hey, there's a channel that runs right by there, Mandy. And is it in the channel or is this off the channel? It's outside of the channel. So other people, I know you said they can get by, but the water gets low. Are you in it or?
It's right out. No, it's outside the channel.
Okay. Otherwise you'd have your neighbor blowing your boat up.
Exactly. I don't want the pontoons getting the whole shot up. Yeah. So it's and that's why we angle the dock it is, so we can keep it as far away from the channels to keep, because it gets pretty shallow. So this way people can pass pretty easily as much as possible.
Yeah. And good job in the anchoring.
There any other questions or comments from commissioners? Jack,
No, I'm sorry. I'm just turning it off. I'm sorry, Bob.
All right. Any questions or comments from the public? Hearing none, I'm looking for a motion for a negative determination.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote. Ken Jones.
Aye.
Rich Birch.
Aye.
Katie Childs.
Aye.
Carl Luck.
Aye.
Jack Rabbit.
Aye.
Todd Dwyer.
Aye.
And I for myself. Joe and Mandy, you got yourself a dock.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it. Have a good night.
All right.
Good night.
Bye-bye. Addie, can say bye.
All right.
Hearing number 8. Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 is amended. In the Town of Lunenburg Wetlands Protection and Municipal Bylaws, a public hearing on a request for determination by Mary Ellen Bettolini for work at 45 Island Road will be held. Work proposed is the placement of a rolling dock. I see Francesca Bertolini. I'm going to ask you to unmute. I'm going to try and find your file and call it up on the screen.
Hey, Bob, it's Mary Ellen, isn't she the person?
Yes. Mary Ellen's my mom. She's here on the screen as well, but I did all the research for the doc, so she asked me to speak, but she can certainly speak if you'd prefer her to, but you can, on my screen, she's right below me. I don't know where she falls on everybody else.
This is what I found. Is this the right diagram?
So I did have a second one that was based on the like lot number. But I mean, that does show the placement. I don't know. I'm just looking through my papers. Oh, yeah. The second one I submitted had the like lot location and was a more official looking map, but I can just walk you through. It's a 24 by 8 foot aluminum rolling dock that we'll be removing in September in the fall every year. And it's 16 feet from the property to our right and 76 feet from the property to our left.
I'll be right back.
I would just like to mention that my name is spelled incorrectly on the, want to make sure that that's not going to be a deterrent in any way.
Mm.
Any questions or comments from commissioners? Oh, Jack Rabbit.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Okay, the 8 by 24 is a big dock, but I don't have a problem with that. The question is your neighbors, if I'm looking at the property lines, will that be blocking access to your neighbor's dock if there is one?
Not at all. Our neighbors do have a dock.
Okay.
But this will start 16 feet from the property line.
Okay, so you're off the property line. Will that be blocking their access though, if they're trying to?
Not at all. Not at all.
Okay.
I would concur with that, Jack.
Okay, Bob. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Any questions or comments from the public? Have you applied to Hickory Hills Lake for this dock?
Yes, we gained approval from Hickory Hills about a month ago.
Excellent.
And I sent that over to Matt.
Thank you. Hearing no further comments, I'm looking for a motion for a negative determination.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call vote. Ken Jones,
Aye.
Rich Birch,
Aye.
Katie Childs,
Aye.
Carl Luck,
Aye.
Jack Rabbit,
Aye.
Todd Dwyer,
Aye.
and I for myself. You have yourself a dock.
Thank you very much.
Sorry you had to wait 2 weeks.
No, that's okay. Oh, just clarifying, we can leave the meeting now, right?
Yes, you can.
I would just like to say thank you. And also, I hope that you'll have some compassion on that young woman who's recovering from cancer. Thank you.
Our 9th public hearing, pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 is amended. The Town of Lunenburg Wetland Protection Bylaw and Municipal Bylaws, a public meeting on a request for determination by Mary Ann Doherty for work at 214 Houston Harbor Road will be held. Work proposed is the installation of a dock. And so let me share. We have we have pictures and we have a signed and dated thing that was prepared actually by Commissioner Commissioner Rabbit. That shows the dock. Are there any comments or questions from commissioners? I do not believe. Well, let's look at the participant list. Is there anyone here to speak for representing Doherty, Mrs. Doherty?
She's here and she's muted, Bob.
All right. Well, let's see if I can find her.
It's under Mary Ann.
Aha. I have asked her to unmute. Ah, she's unmuted. Mary Ann, so tell us about the stock.
Hello. So I was seeking final approval tonight for building the, it's a removable dock, an aluminum removable dock that will come out in the fall. It'll go across the street behind my house. The old dock was damaged in the wintertime from the ice. So it's easier to, it's 3 pieces. Each piece is 8 feet, and it's easy to take out and put away for the winter and hopefully not get damaged and have to be replaced again.
Thank you. Have you applied to the Hickory Hills Lake for permission for this dock?
Yes, I have. I've already gotten that approval. That's been sent in.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions or comments from commissioners? Richard Burke.
Is the dock pictured here the previous dock that was destroyed, or is this existing today?
This is existing today. If you recall, Commissioner Rabbit brought this up at a previous meeting, and there was a discussion about she could put it in at her own risk.
Okay, well, I was just clarifying if this was if this was existing or if this was the prior design.
No, this is currently there.
Okay.
How is it attached to the shore?
It sits on the rocks, and there's also a removable ramp that sits on the rocks.
But,
It's not permanently attached.
right. Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
If I could, there's some blocks that existed previously. And if you'll note that 8-foot, gangplank is sitting on that, and the dock is attached pretty much the same it was before. In fact, if you go page down, you can see that block sitting there.
Yep.
Right off to the left-hand side, right at the base.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments from commissioners?
Nope.
Any questions or comments from the public? I'm looking for a motion for a negative determination.
I don't know if I should be not, but I would move that we accept this drawing with a negative determination, the petition for the dock.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote. Ken Jones.
Aye.
Rich Birch.
Aye.
Katie Childs.
Aye.
Carl Luck.
Aye.
Jack Rabbit.
Aye.
Ed Dwyer.
Aye.
Aye for myself. You have yourself a dock, Mrs. Doherty.
So much.
Cute. Good night.
Good night. Have a good night.
Thank you.
On to hearing number 10. Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 is amended. The Town of Lunenburg Wetland Protection Bylaws, Protection and Municipal Bylaws, a public meeting on a request for determination by NJLJ Properties for work at 400 Electric Avenue will be held. Work proposed is the placement of a shed. Is there someone here for NJLJ Properties? Please raise your
Mr. Chair, I
hand.
am going to recuse myself as I have a direct family member that is listed as an abutter.
Okay. Thank you, Rich. Matt.
That's muted.
And I've asked him to unmute himself.
Yep. No, I'm not. Okay, there we go. I did email this again. I emailed all the applicants the Zoom information from the week before. This is the gentleman I've been dealing with that is the company manager for the gas station. So you should have something on the cloud. It was for the shed that was placed. This is an after the fact filing for determination for a small shed. The plans show that it is not within the 50-foot zone. That's about it.
And so I'm going
And
to
Bob,
call
if you
up,
wanted to pull the plans up.
I'm going to pull the plans up right now. Let's blow them up to 150%. Now let's share them with everybody. Share the screen. Here we go. So here it is. This is the gas station there, and this is the location of the shed. And what's this arc? Is this the 100-foot Matt? Tell me he's.
Yeah, that's the 100-foot.
Okay, and this is the 50-foot, so it's outside the 50.
50 feet. Okay, never mind.
Right.
Jack Rabbit.
No, Laura, man, I was under the impression that was a 30-foot and the 50-foot, and I'm sorry, I looked at the wrong chart. Excuse me.
Any other
questions? And I went to the wrong one. Excuse me.
No problem. Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Any questions or comments from the public? This is an RDA. I'm looking for a motion for a negative determination.
So moved, Ken Jones.
Second, Todd Dwyer.
Roll call vote. Ken Jones.
Aye.
Rich Birch. Oh, Rich Birch recused himself. I apologize. Katie Childs.
Aye.
Carl Luck. Carl?
Aye. Sorry.
Thank you, Carl. Jack Rabbit.
Aye.
Todd Dwyer.
Aye.
Aye for myself. On to hearing number 11. Request pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, as amended, in the Town of Lunenburg Wetland Protection and Municipal Bylaws, a public meeting on a request for determination by Michael DeFazio for work at 130 Flynn Road will be held. Work proposed is the reconstruction of an existing garage. First of all, let's get rid of this. Let's see if Mr. DeFazio, I'm going to ask you to unmute yourself. Mr. DeFazio is unmuted. I'm going to try and find his plan.
He's about the fourth down. Oh. His hand raised.
Age level. And so and I wanted to show. We did a site walk here this past Saturday. Mr. DeFazio,
Mr. Chair, he submitted some revised documents apparently yesterday that I found on my email. So you'll find it on their new public hearings. It'll say 130 Flynn revised.
Yeah, those were for the docs that you guys wanted me to document that had been there. So I submitted those and some pictures for that.
All right.
Mike, I saw your email. You're not going to get the EP number because you put in a for determination, not a notice of intent. It's
Okay.
only the NOIs that get the DEP number.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Oh, and I found him in an email.
Yeah, I sent them to you by email as well, just a little while ago.
And this hearing really isn't about the docs. That was just an afterthought.
Right, but all the original material is in the file that says 130 Flynn revised.
Okay.
All the material.
Yeah.
His original submission and the extras he sent.
1 minute. So it's under new hearings. 130 fit revisions. And what do you want me to call up here? 130 Flynn PDF?
Yep.
Yeah, site plan's probably the more valuable one.
I see a file called 130 Flynn PDF, center dock, dock recording, floating dock, left dock, right dock. Which one you want me to call up?
You just pull up the 130 Flynn Road, then one. If you could, please.
I can, and let me share it first of all, so everybody knows what we're. Picture of a house. Another picture of a house, a picture of.
That's the original site plan, yes, and there should be another one that I sent with the proposed addition, right there.
Okay.
So I know you guys had came through last week, but what I was looking to do was to remove that old garage there, that's in the no touch zone and the 50-foot buffer, and tear that down, which is pretty much run down and condemned, and replace it with the one attached to the house further away from the water.
And you're proposing to take down this dead pine tree and this other pine tree, and there was also a little oak tree there.
Yes, correct. I didn't have the oak tree on there. The dead pine was snapped halfway up, and the big, the pine that was still alive was just very large and should probably come down anyway. So I would replace those with either white birches or hemlock, something like that along the water.
Any comments or questions from commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, I just did not see any erosion protection.
That's probably because there's none shown.
I'd request we add that to the submission.
I think that's a great idea. Todd Dwyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While I support this application, I don't support it as an RDA because they're going to have to do extensive excavation within the buffer zone to create foundations for the existing garage or for the proposed garage. And I think an NOI would be more appropriate with the with the removal of the existing garage. It'll, give us a little more oversight on in a sensitive area.
Thank you, Todd.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions from commissioners? We have one commissioner who noted quite rightly that there's no erosion protection shown, and we have another commissioner who said that it should be an NOI. I'd like to hear from some of the other members, so I have some direction as chair on which direction to go here. Carl.
Yeah, I share Todd's concern. I think it's a good plan. It works out well. I think they've been careful is to keep the building out of the 50-foot, but there's going to be a lot of digging. That garage is at the lower level. You can't tell it from this drawing, but the garage is actually at a lower level than the bottom of the house. So there's going to be quite a bit of earth removal and digging in that area. So I do also feel that NOI is more appropriate. That's where we pick up erosion protection and where the materials will be stored and all the things that.
How do you feel it's necessary for the applicant to show topo lines and all that other stuff that would require him to hire an engineer?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, was that question to me?
Yes, that question was directed to you.
You say it again, I missed the first part.
Do you feel that if in your thought that it should be an NOI, do you think he has to hire an engineer so he can show topo lines and all that other good stuff?
That wouldn't be my call. It would just have to meet the requirements of filing a proper NOI.
Todd, you also were advocating for an NOI. What are your thoughts?
Yes. I think a plan that documents, what grading is going to occur, where the limits of work are going to be, where the erosion protection is going to be, how they're going to surface the drive, if it's going to be gravel, if it's going to be left as is it going to be asphalt. All those sorts of things aren't on the plan. And I think having an engineer prepare a plan like this would be wise.
Matt Morrow. Oh, I got up. No, Matt, you're not muted.
Just a quick, yeah. No, I'm not muted. Just a quick question. Mike, is there any reason why this has to have a foundation? It couldn't go slab on grade?
I guess nothing other than to be able to walk into my basement and hold the water or the hold part of the septic tank that's to the left of the new garage back. I guess I don't necessarily understand what or how I would do that without it.
No, I was just wondering, have you checked with the Board of Health on the setback for the septic system? You're all set Title V wise, right?
Yes, I bought the house 3 years ago and it passed Title V, and they had directed me to start with you guys, but it was past 3 years ago when I bought the house. And I'm not adding any bedrooms. It's just a garage with storage space and space up top.
Yeah, and I was just wondering if doing a slab on grade would eliminate the need for the notice of intent.
I'm sorry, is that a question? I guess I would, I don't know.
Mr. Chairman, my
I was just
opinion.
asking,
Mr. Chairman, my opinion is because it's gonna create access to the basement through the garage, and there's gonna be quite a bit of excavation there. Even if it wasn't slab on grade, just for the amount of excavation and work they're gonna be doing on site. Personally, I feel it should be an NOI. If other members feel differently, we can vote. It's fine.
Jack Rabbit.
Mr. Chairman, I would support the NOI because we have set a precedent when someone's been regrading an area. I personally have no problems with the intent. I think we gain from an environmental perspective, but yeah, you will be regrading that whole back section just by removing the barn, and I'm sure there'll be recontouring. There's also the valid questions with regard to how is the water going to flow? What is the driveway going to look like? There's a pile of other things. And I'm not sure that where your septic system is probably within, 25 feet or so of that addition. I don't know if that would be affected. And I'm not sure that the Board of Health would have any opinion on it, but I think it might be wise to check that out. And if you're putting any kind of a sink in there, a lot of people put stone sinks and things like that in their garages. Is that going to be affecting anything with regard to the Board of Health? So I'm for an NOI and I'm for an engineering drawing.
Mike, have you checked with the Board of Health as far as locating the driveway, the garage where it is relative to your septic system?
My proposed garage or the current garage?
Proposed garage.
The setbacks are fine with the Board of Health.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
During the site walk, I didn't think it was necessary to have an NOI after listening to Todd Dwyer and looking at the plan and thinking about, it's my understanding that the entrance to this new garage would be at the bottom there where it says drive and go through part of where the existing garage is. Do I have that correct?
Yes, you are correct. It'll be the exact same height as my current foundation floor.
Thank you. I'm looking for a motion for a positive determination.
I'll make a motion for a positive determination.
Richard Birch. Do we have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote. Ken Jones.
Aye.
Rich Birch.
Aye.
Dave Childs.
Aye.
Carl Luck.
Aye.
Jack Rabbit.
Aye.
Todd Dwyer.
Aye.
And I for myself. What that means, Mike, is you're going to have to file an NOI.
Okay. Okay.
Okay? If you call Matt on Monday when he returns from vacation, I'm sure he can help you out with that.
Okay. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Jack, I'm going to lower your hand.
Oh, excuse me. Thank you, Bob.
That's quite all right.
I'm sorry.
That's quite all right. We're going to get rid of that, and we're going to move on to our 12th public hearing. Our 12th public hearing is pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, as amended in the Town of Lunenburg Wetland Protection and Municipal Bylaws. A public hearing on notice of intent by John D. Reynolds for work at 91 Lancaster Avenue will be held. Work proposed is the tear down and rebuild of a single-family home. I see John. I'm going to unmute him.
Okay.
And then I'm going to try and find his file and call it up on the screen. Brian, first of all, we'll blow that up to like 75%. Then we'll share that with everybody. And for those of you who weren't on the site walk, we went on the site walk Saturday. There is a wetlands off the screen to the right, and another wetlands off the screen to the left on the other side of the road. And there is a ditch that runs along the side of the lot right here, which connects those two wetlands. And that's what makes this jurisdictional. It makes that ditch jurisdictional, but there are no wetlands anywhere around here. Right now, there's a trailer in the front yard because unfortunately, Mr. Reynolds had a fire and he's living in a trailer, so he needs to tear down and rebuild his house. And so he had to file this NOI. What do you have anything to add to that, John?
I think you summed it up. The house is a total loss. And because of that, it's going to be considered a new build. Therefore, the foundation has to meet current code. There are many aspects of the foundation that don't. So the foundation is going to be removed and replaced also. And it's going to be the exact same footprint. It's a non-conforming lot. So we would have to go through several committees to get variances, change the footprint. So the footprint's going to be the same. That pretty much summarizes it.
Are there any questions or comments from commissioners? Richard Birch.
A couple quick questions. John, are you just tearing down the house and putting a new house back on the current foundation?
No, tearing the house down, and because the house is being completely demolished, it's going to be considered a new build. Therefore, the foundation has to meet current code. And there are some aspects of the foundation that don't meet current code. So we're going to remove that and replace a foundation that use the same footprint.
Okay, so the garage is staying, it's just the existing 4-bedroom house.
Correct.
And I take it none of the trees there on the lot have to come out?
Correct. Nothing has to come out.
All right, and Mr. Chair, unfortunately, you don't have the greatest internet connection, and you had explained where on the property the wetland is, because I don't see any wetland markings nor erosion
That's because
protection.
there is no wetlands markings, Rich. There is a wetlands behind the house, well off the screen to the right. And there is another wetlands across the street on the other side of the street off the screen to the left. And this drainage ditch connects those two wetlands. And so therefore making that drainage ditch jurisdictional. But there are no wetlands anywhere around here other than the drainage ditch.
Okay, so it's just the existing tile culvert.
It's an existing,
Yeah, Rich, it's been daylighted. That's why it's jurisdictional. If it wasn't daylighted, the length of it would not make it jurisdictional.
Okay.
There's a section of it that's daylighted. That's why it became jurisdictional.
Thank you, Matt. Does that end your questions, Rich?
Yeah, other than just making sure we dictate some erosion protection on the far side of the driveway.
Okay. Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Any other questions or comments from the public?
Yeah, Rich, I'll make sure that the erosion protection is more defined in the boilerplate than what we have for conditions.
Thank you, Matt. I'm looking for a motion.
Before you motion, may I ask a quick question?
Go ahead.
The erosion protection, I understand will be a silt fence along the driveway. Does that need to be drawn before? At what point? Matt will take care of that?
Matt will put it in the order of conditions.
John.
Okay.
Guys, if I may, what I had just stated was that I was going to write the description of where the erosion protection needed to be placed in the order, considering you have basically a daylighted stream, as it would be legally defined, that goes into a culvert. I can tie the culvert edge into the description, so that'll take care of that.
Okay.
Any other questions, John?
No, I'm all set.
Then I'm still looking for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion that we approve this plan as proposed, and instruct our agent to add into the order of conditions, erosion protection along the edge of the driveway, between the project and the wetland.
Thank you so much, Ken. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second.
Oh, we have several seconds. Okay. Roll call vote. Ken Jones,
Aye.
Rich Birch,
Aye.
Katie Childs,
Aye.
Carl Luck,
Aye.
Jack Rabbit,
Aye.
Todd Dwyer,
Aye.
and aye for myself as well. Good night, John.
Good night. Thank you.
Take
Thank
care.
you.
On to our 13th public hearing.
13.
Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 as amended, in the Town of Lunenburg Wetland Protection and Municipal Bylaws, a public meeting on a request for determination by Jason and Kathleen Martin for work at 45 Parmenter Street will be held. Work proposes the modification of a 20-foot section of a stone wall. I would note for the record that when Matt was discussing this with the DEP, they sent him a notice that they wanted this filed as an NOI. But I still think we should, hear from the people and give them feedback tonight. Are the Martins here? And if they raise their hand. Aha, I see Jason Martin. Can you unmute themselves? Okay. Jason, if you can unmute yourself.
Okay. Yep, I'm here.
All right. And I'm going to call up your plan.
Alrighty.
On the screen. It'll take me a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Matt, while the chairman's looking that up, why did DEP give you the recommendation of an NOI rather than RDA for this project?
I've asked Matt to unmute himself.
Sorry, I didn't realize I was muted. I must have hit that by accident. Essentially, I got a call from the DEP. It was just recently, actually. I want to say it was early this week. They had looked over the application. They didn't have much of a heartburn on the wall removal part. It was basically the digging. into the lake and bringing that small section of what looks like either a beach area or a launch area in. They felt that was working in a resource area where it says proposed 4 feet of proposed sand to protect water. That they felt needed to be conditioned more.
Conditioned in what way, Matt?
Well, essentially an order of conditions, a notice of intent is a more detailed process where the commission would issue a multi-page permit with conditions that goes over and above the determination process.
Mm-hmm.
So regulate construction, regulate your elevations. It does a lot more. I was actually kind of surprised by the call. They rarely ever do that, but they went out of their way to call me on this.
So questions or comments from commissioners? Carl Luck.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I understand. I would support that there should be an NOI. There's going to be a lot of digging here to take out that wall, which, quite frankly, the wall now is it's kind of designed nice. It would be nice to have a cross section. There's the wall is probably 8-10 inches or more above the lawn on the non-lake side. So nothing from the lawn can currently run into the lake. So it's kind of a nice design. It's been there quite a while. I think to remove the wall and basically create beach is, it's not really the right direction for the lake, adding more sand and beach area. So between the extensive construction and really understanding the grades, because the lawn slopes up quite a bit. So I'm trying to picture how you get those contours to go from just 4 feet back from the lake's edge to match the lawn and then get down to the lake level, which is, I don't know, which is why we need a little bit better plan. It seems that it'd be a pretty steep slope, and I'm not sure what's going to hold the sand there. So I think there's a number of issues here that would be more rigorously addressed in an NOI process.
We understand that there's a bit more information that's still needed, and just so for the committee to know is that the reason for opening this wall is that we have a little one, a 2-year-old, and right now we have a temporary fence in front of that wall to prevent two things. One, to prevent the child from being able to climb the wall and then fall in. The second part is that if she were to fall in, she can't get out, because the wall is too high on the beach, on the lakeside. So by creating an egress, and that's what we're talking about, this 20 feet, by creating an egress, if by chance she were to happen to fall in for whatever reason, she'd have an egress to exit the lake.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, because that was discussed, and I appreciate the issue that's trying to be addressed, and I think it's wise to be proactive. Because you couldn't, the way it is, if you did a little kid like that, went over the wall, it would be problematic. Well, it's only about 8 inches deep on every side of the wall. But the question I would raise in a NOI hearing is, why can't we have steps? Steps would be a lot more compatible. They could step back up to whatever grade is currently there, and would provide certainly provide egress. And they can be wide as wide as you're proposing here, if that's important.
Well, I think it goes back to a safety thing, right? I wouldn't want a 2-year-old walking on the wall in its entirety today, let alone having to climb stairs, stand on the wall, climb stairs, or coming down on the backside as well. That we did consider that. We actually considered stairs to go up to the dock, and we still ran into the same situation where it's still, again, a 2-year-old climbing, 2 or 3-year-old climbing up, escalating up the stairs, again, back onto the wall. And we really wanted to create the situation where we remove the wall completely as an obstacle to exit the lake.
Jack, I think what I'd like to do is go around and poll the members before we send Mr. Martin off to do an NOI. I'd like to poll the members so they can say exactly how they feel about this proposal, what's missing, and also how they feel about putting sand there. And so, Carl, can you add anything else to your previous remarks before I go back to the other people?
No, I think I've said them. Thank you. Thank you, Bob.
Jack?
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. When we met with Jason, I totally empathize with the fact that this could be a safety hazard. And if I had a 2-year-old, I'd be doing it in a second. And I understand there's money being spent here for this wall. So it's legit. My concern would be is that why couldn't we go that as just as wide, but essentially step it up with some sort of wide granite step, such that eventually got to the same height, but moved in. And then you're certainly, your 2 and 3-year-old could navigate up those steps, not like a series of steep steps, but something graduated moving in. And I saw that I'm pointing, I'm sorry.
So Jack?
Yeah. Jack? So anyway, I'm saying there's a better way and I want the NOI.
But Jack, I understand that you think you should do steps instead. How do you feel about the proposal?
I feel that the proposal currently, if it's an NOI, I would have a great discussion with it. And I don't think I'd necessarily support that kind of a structure because we got wave action coming in. You're going to washing sand in.
Thank you, Jack. That's the kind of feedback I'm looking for. Comments about the proposal.
Okay.
Ken Jones.
I didn't have the opportunity to visit the site, so to me, looking at the plan, there's no grade, there's no indication of what the grade looks like from the house to the water's edge and the wall. So I'd want to see that, and I would not. It's sort of been our policy not to approve any more sandy beaches. So I think that's sort of a statement to that.
Yeah, we're not, just so we're clear on the sand part, we just had the sand in there to protect any runoff from the lawn treatments going into the lake. If the decision is not to have the sand, we're fine with not having the sand as well.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So, I mean, for me, the grade issues need to be documented, and then, what's going to be there, if it's going to be loam and seed down to the water's edge or stairs or something else.
Or pea stone or something like that.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Richard Birch.
I guess I'm just tossed up either way on the RDA or the NOI because we have issued conditions with our RDAs with negative determinations in the past. So I'm good either way, but there's definitely, as Carl's brought up, grading issues and Ken brought up. And I'm not a big proponent of putting in any new sand because it does, especially with the grades that have been stated that are on the site. It just washes down into the lake and fills the wetland, which is what we're supposed to be protecting.
Thank you, Rich. Katie Childs.
I'm in agreement with what Ken and Rich said. I would like to see an NOI. I would like to see grading, more detail, and I would not be okay with sand.
Thank you so much. Todd Dwyer.
I was able to go out on the site walk at the toe of the wall that's being proposed to remove. It's very shallow in terms of the depth of the water. It was, I think when we visited, it was probably less than a foot. So if they took the wall out, I think they could easily create a ramped area that went into the yard. I like to see it vegetated. I stabilized with the vegetation, not with sand. And I agree. I think it should be an NOI application.
Well, and for myself, as soon as the DEP says they want to see NOI, we're going to do an NOI. So I'm looking for a motion at this point for a positive determination.
So moved.
Moved.
Second.
Second, Ken Jones.
Thank you. Roll call vote. Ken Jones.
Aye.
Rich Birch.
Aye.
Katie Childs.
Aye.
Carl Luck.
Aye.
Jack Rabbit.
Aye.
Todd Dwyer.
Aye.
And I for myself. Do you have any questions, Mr. Martin?
No, should we get a hold of maybe Matt to talk about the application for an NOI?
Absolutely. And you're absolutely going to need a profile, and you need to get, if you were going to put sand there, you'd need to find 4 votes for it. And it doesn't sound to me tonight like you have.
That's okay. That's fine. We'll get our tropical beach someplace else. That's fine.
Okay. All right.
Thank you,
so
gentlemen.
much. Just as a public notice, after this next hearing, we're going to take a 30-second break. Okay, or maybe a 1-minute break. Continue pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 as amended in the Town of Lunenburg Wetland Protection Bylaw and Municipal Bylaws, a public hearing on notice of intent by Lunenburg Housing Authority for work at 125, 129 White Street will be held. Work proposed is the replacement of a septic system. Is there anyone here from the Lunenburg Housing Authority? Aha. Owen Gannon, please unmute yourself. All right, Owen. Owen, I'm going to try and call up your plan. 1 minute.
Okay.
All right, let's share this with everybody. Share screen. All right, Owen, tell us about this.
So what we're proposing here is the removal and disposal of the existing. There's actually 3 septic systems for each individual building. We're proposing to remove those, dispose of them off-site, and propose 1 new system for all 3 buildings. And also we're gonna remove the entire bituminous driveway and repave it.
Okay, but that's not in our jurisdiction. What we're interested in is the septic system.
Okay. So we're proposing the drip dispersal system. We're in the 100-foot buffer zone from the wetlands, but there's also an existing system south. If you scroll down a little bit, that
right there.
Yep. I'm sorry.
I was out in the site walk. This is a hilltop gravel area. It is treed, but any questions or comments from commissioners? Let me get my participant list up. Jack.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much. This is a situation where we're taking 3 separate systems and putting them into 1 mega system. And I've had 2 experiences where a community septic system like this has failed prematurely. I don't know exactly where in the wetlands. I believe there might be an opportunity to turn this a little bit and get out of the 100-foot, because once you don't notice they're leaking right away, and there could be all sorts of problems. I'm not excited about the fact that they're only, what are they, about 55 feet or so out of that wetland. I would just think that if we could turn it sideways, we'd gain that extra, 15, 20 feet. And assuming that's practicable, but I'm really leery of any big community system like that. In fact, I know a couple of facilities that have their own processing plants because it's such an arrangement.
Jack, I went on the site walk and I would just observe that it was bank run gravel, very free draining material. And I have a hard time, from my own personal opinion, seeing this system fail.
Yeah, I would be interested to hear what obviously it's received the approval from the Board of Health, but they aren't necessarily really attentive to what kind of you know, how close is it to the wetland? And right now that system looks like it's, 60, 70 feet away. But I'm willing to be convinced,
Oh,
but I have that concern.
the reason we had to go into the buffer zone a little bit is because of that upland area. We were trying to utilize the flat part of that area. So if we rotated a little bit, it would be on a pretty steep slope there on both sides. All sides. It's surrounded. And we also propose those impervious barriers on both sides of this dispersal area.
Okay. Are those concrete walls essentially?
I'm not exactly sure what they consist of. Let me see real quick.
See detail. There must be a detail somewhere.
Yeah. I'm just seeing a pretty steep slope on the downwards on the side that is too close to the 50 foot.
There is a detail on the impervious barrier. It's a 40 mil polyethylene barrier.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ken.
Just one thing, Mr. Chairman, too, on the site visit. I mean, that area where it's proposed is definitely it's a plateau. It is treed, but the presenter is correct. It was sort of the long way on that site, and I think he's right about the grades.
See, towards the buildings more.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be the way that it's presented. I don't think they could do it any other way without filling in and having some really big cuts.
And cuts and fills.
Yeah.
Jack, are you done?
Yeah, I am. I'm sorry. Let me say that.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Any questions or comments from the public? Richard Birch.
Just in viewing this quick, it looks like the development envelope is outside or just outside of the 200-foot riverfront.
This is true.
Yes.
Okay. The only thing I would recommend perhaps is at least in that corner, having the erosion protection survey located to ensure that they stay out of the riverfront.
That could be included in the motion.
Yep.
Any other questions or comments for commissioners? I would once again ask for questions or comments from the public. Hearing none, I'm looking for a motion to approve with a condition that there be survey located the erosion along the 200-foot outer riparian zone.
Mr. Chairman, I'd make that a motion.
Thank you, Ken. Do we have a second?
I'll second that. Todd
Thank
Dwyer.
you. We have a motion and second. Roll call vote.
Actually, I did have one quick question, Bob,
I'm sorry. Further
as we're in the discussion period.
I'm sorry.
There is no sewer on White Street at that point?
No, they actually cut the sewer short. I believe it's on Mace Street. And I checked with the DPW. They have no plans in the future to construct a sewer in that area.
Okay, so May is as far as it extended?
If I'm remembering correctly, yes. Yeah.
Rich, I think it comes down two-way. It doesn't come down White Street at all, I don't think.
I thought it, no, maybe it doesn't. I thought it came a certain length, at least to May and up May.
Up Maple Parkway, you mean?
Oh, maybe that's it, yeah.
They were talking about running it down Maple Parkway for Highfield Village, but that was just a proposal.
Is there any further discussion? I apologize for not asking for discussion. But I am trying to move things along. Hearing no further discussion now, I'd like to do a roll call vote. Ken Jones.
Aye.
Rich Birch.
Aye.
Katie Childs.
Aye.
Carl Luck.
Aye.
Jack Rabbit.
Aye.
Todd Dwyer.
Aye.
And I for myself, we are now going to take a 60-second break.
Woohoo!
Taking a break.
Break time.
Rich, is that red wine or white wine?
I'll never tell.
Okay, I was gonna pour you one.
Oh, I have my own.
Oh, okay.
Paul, what are you guys doing? Are you sleeping?
We're on a 60-second break. I had like 20 seconds.
Hi, Paul. She was just looking. She's like, I want to go up. I'll be up on the couch.
There's the listeners. How'd she like it?
She's not home yet.
Oh.
She's on Anthony's there.
Oh, okay. Love you.
Hey, Matt. Oh, you could hear me talking to Michelle? Or you can hear me talking to you?
I can hear you talking to Matt.
Can't hurt to help.
What are you doing? Are you sleepy? Are you a sleepy puppy? Why don't you go to bed? It's nice you don't have to wake up in the morning. Is it nice you don't have to wake up in the morning?
You're doing great, Bob.
Well, we're on our 15th public hearing.
Chugging along.
It's only 9:50.
Knocking them out.
Let's see.
You just want to come up on the couch, don't you? Yes, you do. Let me up on the couch.
Well, I'm going to read the warning for the next public hearing. And hopefully by the time I finish reading the warning, everyone will be back with us. Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 as amended, in the Town of Lunenburg Wetland Protections and Municipal Bylaws, a public hearing on a notice of intent by Jamie and Merrill Blood for work at 1387 Mass Ave will be held. Work proposed is the construction of a deck, pool, and detached garage. Is there anyone here representing the Bloods? Please raise your hand so you rise to my top of my participant list and I can unmute you. Aha. Brandon Ducharme.
Yes, good evening.
Hi, Brandon. One
How are
minute. Let me see if I can find your stuff. This is. Brandon, where should I go in here?
Probably there should be a plan. It might be at the end of that application.
Site location,
It's a site plan.
site plan. Let's see if it's in a different file, because I don't think it's in this file. Aha, it's clearly labeled plan. Now let's share it with everybody so you can see it too. Let's blow it up so we can actually see it. That about does it.
Yep.
So Brandon, tell us about this.
All right, Brandon Ducharme with Ross Associates, on behalf of Jamie Merrill Blood, Kyle Blood, who are also joining us tonight. We filed a notice of intent with you folks for work within a buffer zone to a bordering vegetated wetland. As we look at the plan there, you can see in the back of the property, kind of the northeast side, there's a bordering vegetated wetland. And from there, there is obviously a 100-foot buffer zone that encompasses about a half of the property. It's actually 2 parcels of land that comprise about an acre property. There's an existing house. You can also see on there, there's a 30-foot no disturb, and we also have the 50-foot offset. Basically, what the Bloods are proposing are some site improvements. They're looking to add a deck to the back of the house, as well as a pool and a detached garage. Once we went out and delineated the wetlands and got the no disturb and the 50-foot offset on there, obviously the 50-foot is, trying to keep the structure and impervious surfaces out of that area. We kind of worked from there to try to incorporate everything they wanted to do. The pool, as you can see, is right behind the house there. Ideally, they probably would have set it a little farther back, but in order to meet that setback requirement of your bylaw, we've kind of pushed it up and a little bit towards the west of the property there. There's only a small portion of the patio that goes around the pool that encroaches into the 50-foot. And what we're looking to do there is to do some belayed stone to keep that pervious. There's also a fence that extends around the pool area there. The proposed garage, the idea was to kind of slide that back as far as we could on the property for a few reasons. First of all, and I know you guys walked the site on Saturday, but it's somewhat open already there in the back. There's some disturbed areas. We're trying to preserve the front of the lot that kind of goes up towards Mass Ave is all presently wooded. And obviously we'd like to, even though it's outside the buffer zone, kind of preserve that buffer, set it back a little bit further from Mass Ave. Also, the abutter there, Woodworth, their house doesn't show on the plan, but it's towards the front of their property, and we're trying to get a little separation, so that they're not looking, right into the garage there. So as we have it, we've set the garage so that it's about 71 feet from the edge of the wetland. We've proposed a few mitigating measures where it is in the buffer zone. Along the driveway, you can see we've got a recharge trench. So any surface water runoff that comes off the driveway, we can directly recharge right there at the edge of the driveway. We've also kind of put a roof drain recharge trench off the back side of the roof there. So anything that sheets off the roof, again, clean rainwater, but that we can directly infiltrate that into the ground as well. I know you guys walked the site on Saturday, as I said. At this point, certainly I'd like to answer any questions you might have on the project.
What's the proposed driveway going to be made of?
I believe it's going to be paved.
Okay. Questions or comments from commissioners? Rich Birch. Rich Birch. Rich,
Looks like
if you
he's
could unmute
muted.
yourself, then.
There you go.
There we go.
All right, Rich Birch.
So first I had a little bit of a procedural question. We have 2 lots with 2 separate owners and looks like 2 separate projects. One's a pool and then one's a garage and a new driveway, and was just wondering why this wasn't submitted as 2 separate applications.
Yeah, so kind of the history on that is the owners initially owned the parcel that is 1387. They acquired the abutting property, which is 1381, and they're in the process of combining the two. So essentially, in order to conform to zoning and everything, it's going to be combined together to be one parcel.
Okay, it will be combined. All right, because the other thing is I kind of looked like you were straddling the property line with the driveway.
Yeah, so I mean, basically that lot line is going to go away once they combine.
Okay.
the two.
So that would allow you to slide the driveway to the left a bit and perhaps get the patio and the pool and the fencing out of the 50-foot no structure zone.
I mean, I think the idea with the pool is to keep it in the backyard. So I mean, even if we slid that driveway a little bit towards the west, it's not going to give us enough room to be able to pull that pool all the way up off the side of the house. As it was, I mean, ideally they'd probably have the pool further back.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else?
So, no. So you're saying you can't slide the pool out of the 50-foot no structure by moving the driveway a bit?
Correct. I mean, we'd have to move the driveway quite a bit. And then again, even though it's in that 50-foot no structure, it being a pervious surface, I don't believe, we're asking for any relief to that. It's essentially going to be a stone-laid patio, blue stone.
And did you supply a detail for that?
No, there's no detail per se. I mean, it's essentially just going to be, blue stone rocks, placed around the pool deck or around the pool.
Yeah, there's a note on the plan that says natural laid bluestone patio pervious.
Correct. Yep.
Okay. And usually when they make bluestone and say that it's pervious, they'll have some sort of detail for the construction to ensure that it is pervious in the materials and the laying techniques.
Sure. I mean, I guess we didn't get that specific into it. I mean, there's a couple ways they could do that. They could certainly lay the stone in some sort of pervious material, whether it's crushed stone or pea stone or something like that. But also, they could lay it separate and be able to have grass vegetation, in between each of the stones.
Okay. So,
However,
we can just dictate it in our order of conditions, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, however they butt the stones up, I mean, the point is the water's going to be able to work its way around the stone.
Thank you.
Carl Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My first concern was the same one that Richard was talking about. It's not clear to me why that pool can't be slid over to get that corner out of the 50 foot. So there's no question on the perviousness of it. Maybe the other corner has to be cut off or something, but there seems to be room to me. I don't know. But otherwise, the plan as presented seems okay. My concern, having visited the site, was the significant amount of disturbance that's recently occurred. Looking at this plan, sort of right behind the proposed garage, all the way almost right up to the wetland. And I was wondering what's gonna happen there. What kind of remediation? It's been cleared, and again, it looks pretty fresh. So what's going to happen back there?
So quickly, I mean, just to kind of look at that, I mean, the first thing you mentioned there was the possibility of sliding the pool again up towards the side of the house. And first of all, the desire is to obviously have the pool in the back. As you look at the proposed deck, you kind of get a handle on that. It's probably about 18 feet from the west edge of that deck that proposed fence line kind of kicks in towards that stone wall. So in order to wrap that around the side, that's going to kick the pool, the fence, and all of that about 18 feet towards the proposed garage. And as you look at it now, that fence is probably about, I don't know, maybe 8 feet off of the proposed driveway. So if we were to slide that pool forward and around the house, that's really going to impede the ability to get vehicles in and turn around for that driveway.
Yeah, I was just looking at moving it, on this drawing, right, to the left. Enough to get it that corner out of the 50 foot. Not sliding it next to the house, just moving it to the left enough and getting that corner out. But,
So I didn't quite get all that. What's that?
well, I wasn't vision moving it, anywhere closer to the house, just moving it to the left.
Moving the pool to the left. I mean, that's kind of what we kind of just discussed there. By sliding it to the left and getting it around the house, I think it's going to impact that proposed driveway more than you realize. In terms of the other thing you mentioned, there's some of the disturbance in that area. I mean, the idea would be as they move forward with the proposed garage, I mean, a lot of that area can be cleaned up and obviously re-landscaped to address some of your concerns there.
Let me help you a little bit. During the site walk, we walked back here and you could see it looked like someone had taken a blade and pushed back dirt from here and made it like a pile back in this area. And I believe that's what Mr. Luck is referring to.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and it's been graded, all the way back and, cleared and all the way back to pretty much the wetland. It's quite large, and it's behind where it's not like it's where the garage is going to go. It's quite a bit behind where the garage is going to go.
I mean, certainly it's hard. I mean, not having been there on Saturday, it's tough to say, exactly where that disturbance lies in relation to where we're showing the erosion barrier there in the back. But certainly we could put a condition in the order that, has that area, restored. If it has been bladed and there's some exposed soil there, we can reseed that and restore it to be natural. Certainly.
Yeah, Bob, does that drawing go down any further? Can you go a little bit? See up to where the wetland is?
Like that, Carl?
Yeah. Because it's beyond the 50 foot. It's pretty much, so it's way back there. Nowhere near where the garage is going to.
Yeah, I mean, in that area, the 50 foot, kind of extends beyond the limits of the property.
Is
So
this
that dark line is the limit of the property where it's like 208?
That dark dashed line is what we're showing as a proposed erosion control barrier, which is straw wattles. The property line is just below where it says proposed erosion control barrier.
this solid line here?
That's correct.
Okay.
So that area that I'm talking about is actually, but it seems to have come from this property though, that they're clearing. It leads right to the
And
property.
Kyle, and I agree with you, and I think we would have to take in condition that would be remediated.
Right.
Okay.
Jack Rapp. Carl, do you have anything else?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Carl, Jack?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brendan, I've got two questions for you, and
Yep.
I'll be real right up front. I'm having a hard time buying your argument that you can't slide it over a few more feet and get it outside of it. So, I'm not buying that. Okay. The second part was when we met with the owners, and he's got a beautiful Kubota, by the way. I love his Kubota with a backhoe. In any case, I was asking, okay, all pools have black back flushing systems and have drains. And I was wondering where that was going to go, especially some of the pool systems that use diatomaceous earth, and they pump it out there. It's white, it's loaded. Where is this drain going to go? And how is the permeable area, where the drain's going to sit on that one as well. So those are my 2 points, and I'd love to hear your responses.
Sure. Yep. So in terms of the unit, the filter itself, I mean, obviously they're kind of evaluating what kind of pool they want to put in, what kind of filter, but where they're looking now would be to go with a saltwater type system,
Okay.
which again, uses a lot less chemicals than some of the conventional.
So where are you going to drain it? Where are you going to put all that salt? Did you freeze up? I think we lost him.
We'll give him a minute to, no, he's still there.
Yeah.
Or at least he still shows on my participant list.
Yeah.
He holds very still.
Oh, that's control.
But
Still there, but he's dark.
Looks like he's under a different name and he's muted. Oh, hand went down. I just need to unmute him again, I think.
let's see. If you're here, can you raise your hand? Ask to unmute. Brandon, are you there?
Yes,
Oh, you're back. Wonderful.
I'm back. If you didn't like what I was saying, you didn't have to kick me off the meeting. All right, so we're talking about the filter and the backwash system. So ideally where they'd like to locate that filter system would be actually under the proposed deck. And what we were thinking is we could set up the backwash function on that to basically tie in and deposit, the backwash into that recharge trench, which would at least prevent it from going overland and, obviously getting anywhere near the bordering vegetated wetland.
The recharge trench that runs along the proposed driveway, is that the one?
Yep, exactly. Yep. And there's a detail of that on the plan also.
Okay.
Any other questions, Jack?
No, just still the first one. I'm not buying it, but I'm not buying it. And guess what?
Questions from the commissioners? Matt, do we have DEP comments on this NOI? I'm going to ask you to unmute.
Yeah,
Matt,
no, we have no comments.
Comments?
We have no comments. Nope. No comments.
No comments or no number?
Hold on a second. I don't see any comments. I seem to recall they did send a number in.
Yeah, I believe there's a number, just no comments.
Okay.
Yeah, I checked today. There's a number and no comments.
All right, so the DEP didn't have any comments. So,
Correct.
The question is, Brandon, can you get 4 votes without moving the pool? And so let's do a straw poll. Let's go around and hear from everybody so we know where we stand. Ken Jones.
Honestly, as proposed, I don't think I'd be in favor of it. I think they can tweak it, even angle it, or put a kidney shaped pool in, or a different shaped pool to get that whole thing out of the 50. So no.
Rich Birch.
No.
If he moved the pool, would you be okay with it?
Yes, if he moved the pool and got that out of the 50 foot, I would have no problem with the pool. To Carl and yours point, we should have, on the plan, the disturbance that was noted on site and a remediation, and that should be called out on the plan for the, location.
Okay, Katie Childs.
I'd like to see the pool moved.
Carl
Other than that,
Luck.
I'd be a no.
Carl Luck.
I would be a no with the pool where it is, and I would like to have the disturbance remediation on the final
We
plan.
already know where Jack stands. Todd Dwyer.
I agree with the rest of the commission. I'd like to see him slide the pool over, get it out of the 50.
So Brandon,
Yes.
I'm going to ask for a motion to continue and for you to go back and come back to us in 2 weeks, because otherwise you're not going to like the way the vote goes.
Yeah, nope, I'm picking up on the straw vote, and obviously, we will continue the meeting, and we'll see what we can do to put that in a more favorable location.
But basically, you want to get that little corner out of the 50 somehow or other.
Yeah,
And I would also ask or suggest that you go out to the site, look where that disturbance is that we noted during our site walk, put that on the plan by the 2nd, and and show that you're going to remediate it.
sure, yep.
Things that I think you're going to have your at a minimum your 4 votes you need, but that's just my guess.
Okay, appreciate the comments.
All right, I'm looking for a motion to continue.
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote. Any discussion? Ken Jones,
Aye.
Rich Birch,
Aye.
Katie Childs,
Aye.
Carl Luck,
Aye.
Jack Rabbit,
Aye.
Todd Dwyer,
Aye.
and I for myself. So we'll see you on the 2nd.
All right, thank you for your time.
And please, Brandon, get your stuff in early so Matt can get it on the cloud.
Sure, absolutely, yep.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good night.
On to our 16th and final public hearing of the evening. Continued pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 as amended in the Town of Lunenburg Wetland Protections and Municipal Bylaw. A public hearing on a notice of intent by Joanne McGurn for work at 238 Fire Road 16 will be held. Work proposed is the construction of a single-family home, driveway, well, and sewage disposal system, with portions of the construction within the 50-foot 100-foot buffer zone. So let's have people raise their hands so I can see who I'm going to unmute here. Aha. I'm going to ask Neil Gorman to unmute himself.
Good evening.
Hi, Neil. Well, let me get rid of this stuff from the last hearing.
I believe our applicant is also online. And Brian Butler from Oxbow is also online that's here for this hearing.
Okay, so I'm going to ask Brian Butler to unmute himself. And I got 2 Brian Butlers for some reason.
Yeah.
Hello. And then who was the other person?
The McGurns, Butch or Arthur.
Aha. I'm going to ask Butch and Joanne to unmute themselves. All right, I think everyone's unmuted that needs to be. Now let me see if I can find the stuff.
Okay.
Fire Road 16.
If you're able to share the screen, I have plans with color, but that's up to you. I'm not sure.
I unfortunately I have to take more Zoom lessons because I don't know.
Okay.
How to do that. I take and I look. I thought I'd be able to do it through my participant list or something like that, but
Bob, all you have to do is page down to the bottom of the screen, cursor to the very, very bottom, and to the right-hand side, you'll see a green thing that says share screen.
yeah, but I have to allow them to do
Yeah,
that.
Yeah.
If you
Yeah,
click
you
on
should
the-
have an
the share
options
screen,
button, Bob, at the bottom in that bar.
Okay, so it says more.
Yep, and that'll allow people can or cannot unmute themselves, and it should ask you to
Security.
only host can share or all participants can share.
Allow.
You would have to request
share
to share
screen. I just checked
You would
allow
have to
participants to
change.
share screen. See if you can share your screen, Neil.
Okay, hold on one second.
I would love to get out of the screen sharing business.
You know, you would have to go to the bottom of the screen as well and say, and request share screen.
Yeah.
You put your cursor on the bottom, and then it'll also on the far right will say share screen. And once you do that, it'll
If you can, I do have your plans here, and I can call them up, and I was almost done calling up your plans when someone suggested we take that other approach.
I got it right here. How's that?
There you go.
There we go.
There you go. All right, look at that. Color and everything.
Living the dream.
Okay, so Neil, why don't you take us through everything you want to tell us?
Okay. Well, it's going to be kind of a two-part introduction to the project, if that's okay, Mr. Chairman. I know it's been a long night. We'll try to move quickly. David E. Ross Associates was involved with the design of the project, and the applicant also invited Brian Butler from Oxbow to be involved to deal with kind of the environmental sensitivity of the site. So I'll quickly go through the engineering aspect of it, and then I'll turn it over to Brian for his brief description of the site as well. But over here on the right bottom where you see it's a full key map of the site. The site is 15.9 acres, of which 13.1 acres is in Lunenburg. There's just 2.88 acres in Shirley. The entire project is in Lunenburg, but we did notify abutters per the abutters list from both towns. And this is at the very end of Fire Road 16. So on the bigger portion of the map here, I'll move over.
Oh my God.
The end of Fire Road 16 is right next to house 272, 272 owned by the Kidders. And right there's a metal gate. If you've been to the site walk, you're probably familiar with it, but there's a gate there that blocks access by vehicles on this existing cart path that extends into the site between Lake Shirley, and then there's an isolated pond here in green, isolated wetland here in green. It's undersized per the Wetland Protection Act for volume of water that it holds, but under the Lunenburg bylaw, we do have the buffer zone shown on there. This is the 50-foot buffer zone from that isolated wetland. So you can see this existing cart path, which will be the proposed driveway, is outside of 50 feet from the isolated wetland and outside of 50 feet from Lake Shirley, but it is within the 100-foot buffer zone of Lake Shirley. As we move into the site, you'll notice that this driveway and cart path is sitting on the top of a ridge. It goes downhill to Lake Shirley and downhill to the pond here on the right. It's right along the top of an esker. And then if we go to sheet 2, it picks up the match line, the driveway here on the left. And as the driveway curves to the right around the pond, again, we're still in between the Lake Shirley and the pond, it then turns left out towards the proposed house site. Right at the corner, we do have a proposed garage, which is located greater than 50 feet from all the resource areas. And in the yellow is the proposed primary sewage disposal leaching trenches behind the garage. I'll zoom in there for you real quick so you can see that more closely. And again, these trenches are located 100 feet from the Wetland Protection Act definition of wetlands, which is this BVW here in green to the left, and to Lake Shirley over on the right, and the pond that we just passed below us. In red here, there's the 50-foot buffer zone from this isolated wetland area, which again, in our opinion, is non-jurisdictional under the Wetlands Protection Act, so it meets the offset requirement for Title V and the Lunenburg Board of Health regulations for a septic design. And we have kept it outside the 50-foot buffer zone under the wetlands bylaw of Lunenburg.
Can I ask you, Neil, has this been to the Board of Health yet?
It is in their possession right now. We have yet to receive comment from them, but I know I did talk to Jim Gurfey about that specific offset that we were talking about, and he thought that he and Matt would have a conversation when he's looking at the plan. I'm not sure if that's happened yet.
Thank you.
No, not yet.
Okay, so at this point where we're making the turn, I just want to point out that the existing cart path was in closer and inside the 50-foot offset from this vegetated wetland here associated with Lake Shirley. And we're proposing to move that driveway outside of the 250-foot buffer zones from the pond and from the bordering vegetated wetland area before we turn and make our direct path towards the proposed house site. And we do, I'll show you later, but we're proposing to do some remediation plantings in that corner to restore that 50-foot buffer zone. The driveway then goes in between the bordering vegetated wetland and the isolated wetland here on the right. And the unique thing about this specific location is it is in where there's an existing cart path that goes out to this peninsula or portion of the property where we're proposing the dwelling and a one-car garage and some decks and porches. The area between the BVW and the isolated wetland, there's an elevation in here. You'll see this dash with two smaller dashes. That's the floodplain elevation of 302. And we do get down, you can see here, it's 301. So there's a portion in which is within the floodplain elevation of 302, about 9 inches to a foot at the most in some portions. So if there were a flood, water could move from the vegetated wetland into this isolated wetland over the surface. And being that this is all sand and gravel out here, it's also going to move subsurface as an elevation would rise. So there's no direct connection in the sense of an intermittent stream, but we did cite and propose a crossing with an upside down chamber or U-shaped chamber that meets the openness ratio requirements for the stream crossing standards to allow water and critters to crawl through between the wetland vegetated area and the isolated wetland area. At that point, we then rise up to the high point of where the proposed house is going to be. To the right of the house and garage is in yellow is the septic tank and pump chamber. So the sewer pipe out of the house to the septic tank, and then the pump chamber will push the water all the way out to the leaching trenches behind the garage. Because we're raising that elevation between the bordering vegetated wetland and the isolated wetland, we're proposing interlocking concrete block walls on both sides to retain the fill and to minimize the disturbance within that area. Less grading and filling required if we use the retaining walls. That retaining wall then angles left towards Lake Shirley on the east, and it also angles to the right up by the proposed driveway. The proposed house is situated where we're staying 50 feet away from the edge of the lake and from the isolated wetland and the vegetated wetland. With the exception of this one corner of the covered porch, this small little triangle area here is within the 50-foot buffer zone. There will be some grading around the back of the house to create a walkout basement environment, and then that would allow any surface water to move south towards the vegetated wetland. Proposed well behind the house, which meets the 50-foot offset required by the Board of Health from wetlands and bodies of water. So that's the layout of the site. And again, we know we're encroaching the 50-foot here, but as I'm going to show you in a minute here on this next page, on sheet 4, I skipped sheet 3. This peninsula area where we're proposing the house is proposed in this location here inside that 50-foot buffer zone. Years ago, a previous owner utilized this property quite a bit for, looks like trailers and campers. There's all these gray areas are existing impervious areas of concrete or pavement where trailers and campers may have been set up in the summer months. Here's another area that has concrete steps. These are all little concrete or paved pathways that are leading to different things like a fire pit and another patio area, another paved walkway going down towards the flatter part near the water. And our application or applicants are proposing to remove many of these areas, the ones that are shaded in gray. they're willing to remove all these impervious areas that are inside the 50-foot buffer zone, and some even closer than that, and return them back to a vegetated state. And they would prefer just to keep this one small 11 by 11 patio area with a couple little walkways. These are stone laid walkways. They're there already, and they're in a kind of a ideal location for viewing the lake. But all the other areas would be removed. And again, the proposed house would be here. You can see the existing cart path extends all the way out to the point. And that's a gravel cart path. The project is also proposing, there's a 1x20 detail of the proposed mitigation plantings that we have proposed. One is, as mentioned earlier, right around the corner of the driveway where we're moving it outside the 50-foot buffer zone. Some proposed mitigation plantings there. We're proposing some mitigation plantings near the access way where there's this crisscross hatching on both sides of the driveway. That's where we propose to replicate flood storage capacity, compensatory storage. We're going to bring down the grades so that whatever we're filling in the flood zone in this location will be equal in volume and area. So we're proposing to disturb 900 square feet of floodplain with 360 cubic feet and of volume lost. And we're creating 1,040 square feet, so it's greater than the 900, and 416 cubic feet, which is greater than the 360. So it's slightly more than a 1-to-1 ratio. But we're going to have to do some disturbance in here to create that with a small excavator. So we're proposing to do some new plantings in that area. Right now, it's a lot of young pine and fairly new growth. And lastly, I'll go to sheet 3, where we have specific details of how the driveway or the floodplain crossing will take place. I'll zoom into that. The areas in blue are those compensatory storage areas that we're creating. And this is the crossing area of the driveway. So it's an upside down chamber, corrugated plastic chamber from StormTech, of which the interlocking block walls will be on the sides and then directly over that archway, because the blocks aren't really conducive to meeting a U-shaped structure. We'll do some boulder head walls over the structure. That archway will be sitting on a concrete footing. It's right on the ground to create enough openness ratio to meet the stream crossing standards that DEP has guidelines for. And again, there's more details of how those structures, the StormTech structures, are designed. The structure itself is going to be 42 inches high, the archway, but then there'll be another 10 inches for the footings, which gives us that openness ratio that we need for the length of the crossing. And then I guess I'll turn it over to Brian Butler to talk about the aspect of the environmental side of things. So you're there, Brian. Go ahead and take over.
Thanks, Neil. Is my audio on? I'm using.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, great. I've got two systems going. I have to keep track of which one I'm working the mouse at. But thanks, Neil. That was pretty comprehensive. Certainly nice synopsis for my benefit. Just having been on a 3-hour or 2.5-hour ZBA meeting, so I was a little out of touch. As Neil said, this is a 13-acre or 16-acre total, but 13 plus or minus in Lunenburg, essentially based on an esker with the appropriate soils. Some interesting wetlands. Not shown in the tour that Neil gave you is a leatherleaf bog community that's kind of southeast of the septic system that we're looking at now. And I imagine if the commissioners were out there a couple of weeks ago, they may have taken note of that. You can see it from the hill where the proposed septic system is. And that's a rather unusual ecotype in this area that's reliant on, a kettle hole structure, well-drained soils, acid peaty hydric soils within, and it's largely intact and without any invasives. So it's partly in Shirley, partly in Lunenburg, and it's intact as it is now. There's no invasives to speak of in there, and it's going to remain that at the conclusion of the project. The isolated wetlands, the one shown here in the current screen, is maybe a vernal pool. It may not be. The hydro period is completely dependent upon the level of the lake because of the nature of the soils. So it fluxes pretty much in tandem with the lake elevation. That bordering vegetated wetland over on the left side is what formerly was probably a cove. We looked at back at the aerials going back into the 60s, and somebody filled this up with sand many years ago, and it was probably a very nice beach, but it's been let go fallow, and now it has hydric vegetation in amongst it. But the underlying soils are all exogenous sand that may have been brought in from this site, some cropping some of the tops of the esker off, or it may have been imported otherwise. But it's an interesting little feature. As Neil said, the road takes advantage of the existing esker top trail that served the camper pads and so forth for a number of years or decades. It's going to be paved. There's going to be a bump out as shown there. The paving will, of course, stabilize it. We had some discussions on the merits and so forth. And the merits, of a paved road is that it's never going to wash into the lake or any of the adjacent wetlands, whereas a gravel top road, dense pack, or whatever material used is going to be subject to plowing damage and ultimately erosion and breakout that could go in the wrong direction or in a place that we really don't want to see that. The DEP comments alluded to a couple of things, one of which the flood storage. I wanted to point out to the commission, the applicants are completely committed to and on board with doing the replication as shown, the flood storage volume replication that Neil explained to you. There is a provision under 10.57, however, that if the issuing authority, which is the commission in this case, doesn't feel that the compensation or the occlusion of the flood storage is either acutely or in aggregate detrimental to the interests of the act, then you can waive the requirement to do the compensatory storage. I usually don't even bother to bring it up or advocate it except in extreme circumstances, but here we have a couple of things going for us. One is we do have that culvert that's going to be installed. It'll provide patency between the east and the west areas of flood storage. And we also have very amenable soils, so that in almost any scenario where there was a rise in the lake level, it would transmit through that culvert, but it's also going to transmit almost without impediment through the soils there. So if the commission's purview is that you'd rather see the less perturbation close to the wetlands, then we can forgo that. But we're just putting that out there as a possible suggestion, and we leave it completely at the discretion. We're not pressuring the commission, but we wanted you to at least consider that for your own interests. The site, one of the DEP comments, if you consulted those, was also with regard to natural heritage. The site, it lies within estimated and priority habitat for Blanding's turtle. And I did my thesis work with Blanding's turtle, and I'm doing for 35 or 40 years, I've been working with Blanding's turtle. So I consider myself a bit of an expert. The Blanding's turtles, if present on this site, probably take advantage of that leatherleaf bog that's fairly remote from all the activity. They're known from the Keating property, the railroad area over by the Shirley line at the landfill. It's a couple of similar kettle holes to this, but much more degraded. But Blanding's turtles are not an animal you're going to find in the lake itself. They're not a pond turtle. They're really a marsh/swamp turtle. So the Natural Heritage Program agreed with us that there'll be no detrimental impact or no take under the Mass Endangered Species Act. So we're cleared of that, and we have the documentation that supports that in the submittal, I think. So I think that's about, as I said, it's a low density project on a large piece of land, but a relatively limited footprint of development. And virtually all of that has some prior perturbation history. And where the house is, as Neil pointed out, the house partly includes a fairly extensive patio complex, patio and walk complex. So it's not even a de novo work area in that, mostly out of the 50-foot, but with a very small protuberance into the 50-foot, which is, I think, more than compensated for by the removal of a number of the hardscape features that are both within and beyond the 50-foot threshold on this property. That we appreciated that the commissioners were able to walk it before what we hoped was going to be the last meeting, but we know that there was insufficient quorum for that, and we appreciate your lasting this long to help us review this tonight after 15 prior hearings. So thank you.
Mr. and Butch and Joanne McGurn, did you have anything that you wanted to add before I open up to the commission for questions and comments?
I don't believe so. I think Neil and Brian's covered everything quite well.
Thank you. Questions and comments from commissioners? Jack Rabbit.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Hey, just a question with regard to the two wetlands area. Clearly the open bottom culvert is great, but do you get any kind of commuting with the smaller creatures a little further down? I can't, Bob, if you can move the screen up and you can see the other, that around that 304 area. Is there any commuting going on? Would it make sense to put some sort of a small throughway or a culvert or something in that area?
Do you want me to address
right in there? There you go.
Right in there.
Brian again.
Yeah.
There is going to be an inclusion of animal movement from that, like as you said, the 304 to about the 308. It's going to be a vertical wall that isn't going to be easily surmountable by a frog and so forth. Although if you look at the expanse, I think we could put a culvert in there. I don't know that it would be necessarily adopted every time, whenever you try to coerce turtles, frogs, snakes,
right,
whatever it is, to utilize a tunnel like that. If you don't force them into it with an extensive wing wall, they tend to not use it. And animals crossing the driveway really don't have a lot of hazard because of the low volume of traffic. So there will be an impediment there, but the species that would be moving to the lake are not the same ones that would be likely to at least inhabit in a full-time basis that easterly wetland there. Green frogs, bullfrogs can certainly move across a landscape, but they would have a couple of, by scale here, Neil, this would be about 60 or 70 feet of vertical wall. Is that accurate, Neil?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
So they'd be put off the game a little bit. We don't think it's a huge impediment to
they'd have to know which direction they go, first of all.
Well, if there's any breeding by vernal pool species in that easterly wetland, which we're not sure of because of the precarious hydro period, they would certainly go to the south from here, because that's where the intact and large area woodlands are, and they would ultimately seek south-facing wooded slopes. So probably up over the next little esker feature to the south of us. None of the species that would be associated with a ephemeral wetland like that would go anywhere near the lake. If you fished with different kinds of freshwater lures, they used to make these banana lures when I was a kid, and they look very much like a spotted salamander. And I know that people have used ground eels, as they call them, for lures. If you put a hook through the mouth of a spotted salamander, you can catch a lot of fish. It's pretty cruel, but from what I understand, you can do it. So there's not a lot of overlap between the lake lacustrine environment and this kind of shallow ephemeral pond environment.
So it's your humble opinion there would be really no major impact to those animals that are trying to get back and forth?
Yeah, again, the destination, let's say if this animal's emanating from the easterly pool there or wetland, it's not a lot of the beach area, the former beach area doesn't have a lot of value to them. They would want a well-drained terrestrial wetland, which is funded on the site.
Wouldn't they be going from the BVW into that area? They'd have to make a commute somehow. And generally, they like to stay as wet as they possibly can. And so the pinch point there is around the 304, 307. But
Yeah.
again, I'm not an expert. I'm only only had casual observations and reading. But if you're feeling that's going to work, I guess I'd support that. But
Again, I mean, they certainly, these animals need to keep their integuments moist.
Mhm.
They tend to do that in two ways. One is by seeking, moist microenvironments, or moving more predominantly in wet conditions and usually at night. But especially for terrestrial salamanders, they want well-drained, and this is paradigmatic habitat because it's well-drained sandy soils. There's not a lot of buckthorn or other understory degradation that seems to not exclude them but discourage them. So, but there's, like I said, about 10 acres to the south of this that's totally available and totally within migratory
There's
distance.
no hydrologic connection, surface connection between those two right now.
No, there's a raised road. The cart road is elevated, so there's no. It would have to take a really extreme event for the lake to get way up to what I guess 302 or beyond
301.25 to start make that crossover.
to be able to flood across. And I think just based on the geology out there, I think most of the flooding would be going through the soil rather than over it, just because it's such a porous, well-drained soil class out there.
Because obviously it's receiving water from someplace, and it's got to be.
It's the elevation is totally confluent with the lake elevation.
Yeah.
I'll bet within centimeters or less.
So you could,
I mean, our soil testing, the soil testing we did for the sewage disposal system proved 2 minute per inch soils, sand and gravel. We could just keep digging until you got down to around 302, and then you start to see a groundwater elevation at that point. So in that type of soil, the water just, the groundwater would move up, or the lake elevation would move up from beneath more so than side to side.
Right, because I'm seeing the 301 line sitting on both sides, and it seems to where that 20-7 seems to be pretty darn close. I'm not arguing either way. I'm just saying that it would look like that's a possibility.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jack. Any other questions?
No. Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Carl.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I wonder if we could get a little bit more discussion. You didn't touch upon the amount of grading around the house, and as I understand, it's a walkout. It's a walkout basement, so there's going to be quite a bit of earth removed, and it's pretty wooded. So could you just explain what's happening around the house relative to grading?
Sure. Let me zoom in there real quick. So the top of the foundation on the front part of the house is at elevation 312.5. That's proposed, which is sitting on an elevation. You can see 310 here in the more gray, and 308 and 309. So that's just sitting a couple feet above existing grade. And again, we're digging down to a basement floor elevation of 305, which is kind of your standard basement floor or basement or foundation walls. And we're keeping that elevation up as much as we can to balance the slope of the driveway and to make sure that we keep the basement floor above that flood elevation. As we were talking earlier, how that water fluctuates through the sandy soils. So on this side of the house, they would like a walkout basement to some patio areas underneath this covered deck. And here's 308 going down to 302 to the water. And this is somewhat flat up in here, rising up a little bit. So we're going to be cutting the 308 down to just a little bit less than 305 and creating a swale opportunity from here to down towards the bordering vegetated wetland. So it's a sloped area here, like a 2-to-1 slope that we're proposing to do perennial plantings on, just to help stabilize that site and to replace some of the vegetation that's being removed to create those grades. And it's kind of like a little amphitheater that walks around to this side as well. But, we're cutting down maybe 2 or 3 feet, 4 feet at its most over in this corner. And the steep slopes along this side closest to the 30-foot no disturb zone would be replanted with some perennial vegetation that would help beautify the area as well as provide some wildlife benefits.
In the back corner, proposed garage, that corner there that's kissing the
Okay.
50-foot, it looks again like there's, it's graded to 310 around the house.
Yeah.
But then it quickly steps up to 313.
Yeah, so there's a 310 right here. There's a little high spot here. I'm not sure if it was disturbed at one point or whatever, but it's 313 going down to 302 this way and 313 going down to 310. So we're just going to create a 310 more or less in this area. So this little knob would be knocked off right in this area.
Yeah, I think they made the patio, the pre-existing patio. I think that was the overburden that got pushed up there.
Okay. So again, it's just a little knob of soil here that, again, we're going to cut that down to 310. And then we have a garage entrance at 312, 311, 310 going out down over the crossing. And I didn't point this out earlier, but we do have a proposed recharge trench because any water running off, stormwater running off the driveway would be directed towards this recharge trench between the retaining wall and the driveway.
Mhm. Okay, and if you could, because we had some discussion with the cement pads that are further out on the peninsula there, and you mentioned about getting rid of some of those and maybe not all. Can you tell us what part of this plan as it is?
Sure. So this gray shaded area here is an extensive patio camper pad with concrete stairs and walkways going to different areas. That's right near where the proposed house and the walkout basement area is. So that would all be coming out anyways.
Yeah, understood.
And then further north, there's another 300 square foot pad here that is just outside the 30 foot that we're proposing to remove. Here is another.
Yeah, we wait till it slow down till it gets the picture gets there.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, now you go.
Okay. So this concrete pad is about 300 square feet. There's another paved concrete pad here, a bituminous concrete pad of 470 square feet. There's a retaining wall that runs along this side of it, made of concrete that's, surface area is about 45 square feet. That would be removed. There's another concrete path going from this pad down to another pad closer to the water. That's 330 square feet, so that's going to be removed. There is an existing concrete retaining wall, if you were out there during the site walk, that's right along the shoreline. That will remain. That's just too close and too much disturbance for, it would be more detrimental to remove it than it is to keep it. And
Good, I
again, all
agree.
these
And that
walkways
pad-
add up.
And the pad behind it, would that remain too? So the wall in that last pad?
We were proposing to remove that. Again, that's going to be retained by this wall, so that can be broken up and pulled apart pretty easily. I believe this property was owned by the Keating Company at one point, of the family. So you can see that, being that they're in the industry of pavement and such, that I'm sure they had materials to bring out, and they created all these little pads for campers and such.
Yeah, the foreman, I knew him well. The foreman of Keating's was allowed to put his trailer there, and so you're exactly right. There's a lot of
Okay.
cement available.
So again, there's an offset of removing all those impervious areas. I don't have the exact number or the total, but I can provide that for you. Easy enough, but it's not the full extent of what we're proposing for our house, but again, the house is outside of the 50 foot, and we just have that one little triangle area right in this area of the covered porch that's within the 50-foot buffer zone, and some patios in the back, which will be pervious with pavers and such. So we're removing quite a bit of existing impervious areas that are well within the 30-foot no disturb zone in order to gain this little corner here on the proposed house.
Any other questions, Carl?
Not at this time.
Thank you, Carl. Todd Dwyer?
I understand that the driveway is, and a long stretch of this is just outside the 50 foot. What is your total area of paved driveway along this esker?
That driveway, it measures almost exactly 900 feet long by 12 feet wide.
900 feet. Okay. Which is
10,800. I have a calc-
10,800 square feet of
10,000.
area. Then there's
So
this
we're at-
additional.
So
parking
we're
area.
adding, yeah, so we're adding about a quarter acre of impervious here, along the Esker,
Correct.
just in the driveway.
Correct.
Okay.
Plus the house and the garage.
And as Brian was bringing forward earlier, I mean, there is the option to go in gravel or going paved, but given the such porous materials, the pavement will actually create some stability out there, and any runoff from it with the crown driveway is going to just peel off the side of the driveway into very porous soils and vegetation. The steep slopes going down to the water are going to remain in place, and they're very mature growth areas all the way through.
Mm-hmm.
As you can see, we created one little turnout passing lane area here at this point, just in case cars were coming in opposite directions, which is common on long driveways. And that specific location was chosen due to the existing topography there. It looks like it was already kind of created in that environment. So it'd be very little grading to make that happen.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other comments or questions from commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, I guess I'm sensitive to Todd's point in that would there be sections that we could use a 3/4 inch trap or something like that, where it is pervious, but at the same time, it does hold together really well. 3/4 inch trap, my experience, having a driveway that was 1/8 of a mile long in a swamp wetland area, it didn't move. It sank a little bit, but it didn't move.
Chair, I did have a couple quick questions.
Rich Birch.
I guess number one, Neil, you said this was a 15-acre house lot?
Correct.
And is there
15.9.
15.9. Is there any area that a house can be built and accessed that is not as environmentally detrimental or in as environmentally sensitive area as we have put this 5-bedroom house?
Given the steep topography of the areas, I mean, maybe there could be a location, but it
Okay.
makes this particular property far less desirable. Why would you want to buy such a large piece of land on a peninsula and not take advantage of the view?
Okay, but there is the ability to put a house on this property that is not in that environmentally sensitive of an area, correct?
There could be, yes.
Okay. And I know Todd had figured out quickly the square footage of the driveway and the impervious surface we're adding. Do you have the calculations of how much of the 30-foot no disturbance area is being disturbed?
How much of the 30-foot no disturb?
30-foot no disturb zone, yep.
I don't have that exact number on hand, no, I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm having a hard time with a house being maximum size built in such an environmentally sensitive envelope. And the driveway is one of them, going between two wetlands in the amount of 30-foot no disturbance that we would have to waive just for the driveway to get out to this house, this spot on the property. And do you have the square footage of the 50-foot between the 30 and the 50?
I do not have that broken out, no, but I could do that
Okay.
as well.
Yeah. Because, I mean, we just finished a hearing moving roughly 30 square feet out of the 50-foot no build zone, and you definitely have quite a little bit more between the paver area and the covered deck.
Neil, what I'd like to do at this point is go around and ask each commissioner to state their opinion about this application, about whether they would feel inclined to vote for it or against it, or whether or not what they would like, what additional information they would like to see.
Thanks,
Okay,
Mr.
Neil?
Chairman, I appreciate that.
All right, and so let's start with Ken Jones.
I was able to go on the site walk a couple weeks ago.
you know, I'm kind of torn. I agree with the engineer saying, you know, if somebody's going to put a house, that's where it would go. There is a lot of impervious out there already that's going to be removed. It's a disturbed site already. It's not virgin ground. There's been disturbance there before. There's been use there before. So I wouldn't say I'm opposed to it. And I think there's been a lot of mitigation done. So I think I'd probably vote somewhat in favor of this.
Is there any additional information you'd like to see, Ken?
I think, on the site walk, we had talked about a lot of the large trees that might have to be removed in that area where sort of that amphitheater or walkout basement you were talking about. So that might be something that we want to see either on the plan or marked on site for another site visit.
We did provide a list in the notice of intent and inventory of what would be removed in that area.
Okay. It might be worth, if we're going to continue this, to go back out and have those marked on site so we can see what's coming out. And I noticed there was a pretty extensive list of trees that were to be planted. Maybe just we could mark those a little bit clearer on the plan where they're going to go.
Anything else, Ken?
Nope.
Rich Birch.
As it is presented, no, I would not be in favor of the house being put in that location with the driveway going from the second proposed garage, a detached garage, out through the wetland and the floodplain and the 30-foot to access that spot. There certainly is other areas on this property, so it's not something that we have to permit because it's the only spot on the property that you can put the house. There are other spots available. I would certainly entertain and review it if the development envelope was a smaller house with less impacts going out there. A 5-bedroom house is really just the maximum build that you can build between the two 30-foot lines. They're trying to take up every square inch of it. So I would have a hard time. I would not approve it as submitted. I would certainly look at it if we went down to a 3-bedroom house with a 1-car attached garage, and then we have the detached garage further out. But as it stands now, no, I would not be in favor of it as submitted.
Thank you, Rich. Anything else, Rich?
Nope, that's it for now.
Thank you so much.
And just to Ken, I did not get out on the site. It was my understanding, and I have been out there a few years ago, that most all of the disturbance is historical. Been out there years, if not decades, and it's pretty much kind of grown back in over everything. Is that the state of it today?
Some of it was grown over, but I mean, there was a lot of it that's still, exposed concrete and asphalt.
Mm-hmm. But when has there been recent activity, or is this all decades old activity?
No, it's older activity, but it's
Okay.
it's still, to me, disturbed.
Okay.
Katie Childs.
I'm not necessarily opposed to the location is now, but I would like to see if it could be placed in a different location. Like kind of what Ken and Rich was saying. I'm not necessarily opposed, but yeah, I would ideally like to see it either smaller or in a different location.
Is there any additional information you'd like to see?
None that hasn't been already discussed.
Thank you, Katie. Carl Luck.
Yes, certainly, if this proceeds, I think we need to get all of the, all of the impacts quantified that were discussed. How much impact is within 30 feet buffers, how much is within the 50-foot buffers. What's the total impervious impact of the area, house, driveways, everything. What are we saving for impervious? I would say that I know from living here for over 60 years that there hasn't been any new activity in that area for over 50. All those pads have been there that long. It's overgrown. Clearly, the pads are still there and visible. They're concrete pads. The other thing is just fundamentally, I have the same concerns Richard has. We're shoehorning the biggest possible house you could build into this, 50-foot area. I'm concerned about putting such a big house with so much, with so many bedrooms that the creep. I mean, one of the reasons we try to hold the 50-foot is because there's always scope creep. In a 5-bedroom house, I would expect to have a lot of activity, and there'll be patios and there'll be things coming. So it's just, to me, it's too big a house in that spot. And to get a road in there and cutting through the 30-foot no touch, it's huge. There's a lot of the foliage is going to be removed. When you look, if you go out there, there's some pretty good growth that's going to be gone away with this building. And certainly, I expect we'll see planting plans before this is complete, if it keeps going this way. But that's my concern. There's certainly other places on that piece of property that have beautiful views as well. This whole area points due west, and it is it's the best spot. It's where people go to see the sunsets. So there's lots of places to build very nice houses with very nice views that don't have to be in this very sensitive area. As proposed, I hate to say it, but I would not be supportive of it.
Jack Rabbit.
Okay, this is an Esker is an exceptionally sensitive area. I am bothered by the amount, when you're talking about a 14-foot wide driveway running down the full length, that's a tremendous area of imperviousness being placed there. The home is very large. I'm bothered by all the trees that are taken down. I haven't made a decision, but me, I'm generally pretty conservative. And once we lose that, it's gone. And so therefore, until we get more information, you convince me that there's no other possible reason or location, I would be generally against it and not vote for
it. Anything else, Jack?
No, that'd be it. Thank you, Bob. Details, more information.
Todd Dwyer?
Not to belabor a point, I tend to agree with the take of Rich and Carl and Jack, and at this point, would not be in favor of the application, but for the reasons they outlined previously.
For myself, I agree with the applicant's engineer about the driveway. I'm not that concerned about the driveway because the stuff's going to go off the side and it's going to go straight into the ground. Given the highly pervious surface there. But I do think they're trying to put 10 pounds of house in a 5-pound bag there at the end of the peninsula. And I wouldn't be in favor of it the way, the house pokes out all over the place. And so that's the way I feel about it. And so, Neil, do you have any questions or comments after hearing the straw poll? You need to get 4 votes.
Yeah, I mean, obviously,
you certainly don't have them right now.
I don't have them right now, but I understand that everybody looks at this one little area that we're proposing the disturbance, and it looks like we're squeezing it in with the 50-foot offset. But there have been other projects in town on much smaller pieces of land where they're building on a higher percentage of land, where we're maybe disturbing a total of maybe an acre. And of that acre, much of it has already been disturbed. Most importantly, the driveway. We're not having to remove any trees to build a 900-foot driveway. It's going in the location that is already cleared for us decades ago. We're proposing to remove, numerous areas of impervious surfaces that are closer to the water as compensation for building outside the 50-foot buffer zone. I mean, there's been a project not too long ago that was approved by this commission that was on a peninsula. And they did the same thing. They put a big house in a small area with a septic system and a driveway. It was on a much smaller piece of the land than our 15 acres. And we're disturbing just about 1 acre of that 15 acres. And again, much of it has already been, a quarter of an acre, as we've already calculated, is already cleared for us because of the cart path that exists. We're providing significant amount of restoration areas. I understand you're saying it's a sensitive area, but we've already gotten confirmation from Natural Heritage that it's a no-take. As Brian explained, with the sensitivity to the wildlife that is out there. I think this would be, one of the prime locations in town. And to take that ability away from someone to build on a private piece of land that is offset 50 feet from the wetlands as your bylaws require, I think is a shame not to be able to negotiate something. Not negotiate is probably not the right word, but to come to some type of an agreement as to what is the best fit for this particular site.
And now I just respond to your comments, Neil, that first of all, the driveway to get out there, you're going through the 30-foot no disturbance and the 50-foot no structure zone. And I believe if you listened to the comments, you have a glimmer of hope to get 4 votes if you reduce the size of the house. And I think that just my personal opinion, I only have 1 vote, like everybody else has 1 vote. But I think, if you're trying to get to success, that's your path to success.
All right. We'll have to consult with our applicant, obviously. So if I'm not sure if they would like to comment or if anybody is any abutters, I don't want to exclude them as well, Mr. Chairman. I know it's late, but if there's any abutters on there that have comments.
Let's do a public, thank you so much. Any comments from the public?
Hey, Bob?
Butch and Joanne, go ahead.
Yes, Bob, thank you. I just wanted to make clear that, the house is a larger house, but it's a kit purchase from the internet. So I don't have a lot of ability to modify the size of the house. What I'd like to also mention is that covered deck, it's not a foundation of deck. That's just literally a porch that's a cantilever over the 50-foot mark. So it's not like we're building over that. It's a cantilever deck that happens to be standing over it and not necessarily attached to the ground there. And the comment about relocating the house on a different part of that property, it's nearly impossible to do because of the topography there. This is the only area that's flat that allows that house to go in there. If you look at the topography layout of the balance of the rest of the site, it's nearly, and I say nearly impossible to do. You would have significant significant site work, earth removal to even get a platform to even put a house on there. So if you scale back on that, Todd was mentioned that he thought there was a better location for this house. And I have to contrary and say that there is no other location on that property that could potentially, one, even see the lake with a house, or two, even have the possibility of disturbing, and especially where Brian, where Brian was mentioning that other sensitive area below would be I forget the other bog area for, if you will. There's no area that you could put this house other than here. So that's the only place to put that house actually.
And Butch and Mr. Chairman, Mr. Pease said that made the analogy of the 5-pound and 10-pound proportionality. In reality, this house, when we stare at the image on a screen here, it does look pretty. It's a huge house. It has a lot of apron around it between the patio and the driveway for the garage. But we're looking at a 16-acre parcel of land in aggregate, and the actual, as Neil pointed out, the proportionate impact it's focused here, but then the asphalt is spread out over 900 linear feet, so there's no real focal impervious area. It's just a 14-foot ribbon. But I think the thing that sets this apart from most of your typical applications, whether it be on the lake or adjacent to another resource area, is just the fact that the 16 acres, most of which is going to remain entirely intact and support all the functions that the Wetlands Act and the bylaw are intended to promote and preserve. The traffic density on this driveway is going to be de minimis or negligible. So even though it's bisecting the environment, it's late at night when there's animals moving about. There's not going to be a lot of Butch or his family is not going to be doing a lot of heavy driving up and down this driveway. So it has a lot of positive attributes, the greatest of which I think is the fact that it's on just such a huge piece of property that its fate will be pretty much secured by the approval of this dwelling. They're not going to turn this into some kind of subdivision in the future. I don't know how practical that is, but there's certainly a lot of damage you could do to this landscape if it were in private hands that didn't have the benefit of enjoying it for its natural, attributes that Butch and his family hope to do.
Thank you, Brian. I'm going to call on Robert Marchetti.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Robert Marchetti, 7 Oaks Landing, and Shirley, I'm in a butter. I just want to say what a amazingly comprehensive review and all of this is. And fundamentally, I have no objection to, the plan, assuming that they can meet the commission's, requirements. And it sounds like it probably is possible. My one relatively minor point is that really, really ugly retaining wall that's at the very north end of the property. And I know it was mentioned that couldn't be removed without doing a lot of disturbance. And as every time I kayak by that thing, I go, God, if we get rid of it somehow. So that would be my only contribution, would be to maybe is there a way that wall could get taken out of there without doing any undue damage. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marchetti. Is there any other comments or questions from the public? Mr. Marchetti, I'm going to lower your hand.
Okay.
Well, hearing none, Mr. Chairman, I guess we'll request that we continue the hearing till your next hearing so we can address some of these things and consult with our applicant.
I think that's a marvelous idea. I'm looking for a motion to continue.
So moved.
We have a second.
Second.
All those any discussion?
Date continuance?
To September 2nd. Good. Is that enough time for you, Neil?
I'm sorry, what was the date?
If September 2nd, we can continue it to a later date than that if you want.
No, let's shoot for the 2nd, and we'll go from there.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Ken Jones.
Aye.
Rich Birch.
Aye.
Katie Childs.
Aye.
Carl Luck.
Aye.
Jack Rabbit.
Aye.
Todd Dwyer.
Aye.
And I for myself.
Excellent.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for all your time. We really appreciate it. It's such a late night.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Neil.
All right. We'll see you soon.
I want to jump to certificates of compliance. Anyone object to jumping the certificates of compliance and then come back to enforcement? As I understand it, Matt, we have nothing from 675 Reservoir Road?
No, not at this point. They are working on the as-built. I talked to Hannigan just before I left on vacation.
Thank you. 649 Reservoir, John Saladano. Carl did a site visit on that. I think everything's in order. Carl, you have any comments?
Nope. It looks that the updated as-built looks correct, and I have no issues.
Is there any other comments or questions from the commission?
No.
I'm looking for a motion to approve the certificate of compliance for 649 Reservoir Road.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call vote. Any discussion? Roll call vote. Ken Jones,
Aye.
Rich Birch,
Aye.
Katie Childs. Katie Childs? Is Katie muted? No, she's not. She's probably tending her dog. Carl Luck, we'll come back to Katie. Jack Rabbit,
Aye.
Todd Dwyer,
Aye.
and if Katie comes back, otherwise she will have abstained because we got enough votes. John, your certificate of compliance has been signed. Let me unmute John. Let me unmute John. John, can you please unmute yourself? John, can you?
Okay. Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, John, your certificate has been signed.
Okay.
And, I believe you can pick it up from Marjorie.
Andrea at the Board of Health.
From Andrea at the Board of Health.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good
Appreciate
evening.
it. You too. Thank you.
109 Youngs Road, Ken Matson. We have a recommendation on that one, Matt?
Yeah, I believe, Carl, that was the one you and I went and looked at,
Right.
the as-built
Yep.
over
Oh,
on
I'm
Youngs
sorry.
Road.
I was confused.
No, it's fine. Carl and I went and looked at it. It looks fine. The as-built looks very well done. Recommend that the certificate be issued.
I am looking for a motion.
I'd make that a motion that we approve the certificate of compliance for 109 Youngs Road.
Second.
Any further discussion? Roll call vote. Ken Jones,
Aye.
Rich Birch,
Aye.
Katie Childs.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can now.
Okay, cool. I was having issues. Aye.
You abstained on the last vote, by the way, Katie.
That's fine. That's cool.
Carl Luck,
Aye.
Jack Rabbit,
Aye.
Todd Dwyer,
Aye.
and I for myself. Let's see. Looking at who's still with us. I propose now, I see we have Mr. O'Brien with us. Matt, do you know why John Dextrazy would be with us, or Jamie Merrill?
He's with John, Mr. Dexter's is cable.
Cable, okay, how about Jamie Merrill or Blood?
I don't know. That was the previous
I think
hearing.
that's the former applicant. I bet you just never logged off. So let's, with the commission's permission, I'd like to go to Mr. O'Brien.
Sure. Sounds great.
So, Mr. O'Brien, can you unmute yourself, please?
Hello?
Hi, Joe.
How you doing?
Good. The town attorney took and worked with you. It's my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the town attorney worked with your attorney and they worked out the wording for the deed restriction.
That's
And,
what,
and the deed restriction, the town attorney and your attorney said that it should take and it should reference the planting remediation plan, which should also be filed with the Registry of Deeds. And I sent out an email to the commission asking them to look at it to see, did it say what we wanted it to say? My only comment on it is that the doc, at least on the version of the plan I have, which I can call up on the screen, it showed it did not have the dock that was approved by Hickory Hills Lake. And so that would have to be changed. I'm going to go around the commission. Well, I'll just ask, does any of the other commissioners have any comments or suggestions about the vegetation remediation plan? Please raise your can't. No comments, or everyone's really tired?
I know, I was happy with what I saw.
So Joe, then I think what you need to do is take and revise the plan to show the dock that was approved by Hickory Hills Lake and the location approved by Hickory Hills Lake. And get it in so we can vote on it at the next meeting.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, there was two docks. Would it make sense to remove the one that states it was previously approved by us? And that way to avoid any confusion later on with someone would.
Well, he's got to submit a revised plan with just the one dock on it.
Right.
As approved by Hickory Hills Lake.
Okay.
And coming up, Joe, they're going to be dropping the lake early this year.
Beautiful.
And you can already, some of the soil that's been filled is exposed, and so it won't be that much longer before we can get to the final part of this where you remove the soil from the lake.
Sure thing. You just want to let me know when we can get in there to go and do that, and we'll get it out.
Okay, great.
All righty?
Any other comments or questions from commissioners?
No.
Then I think that finishes the people who are still hanging with us. So let's go back to our regular order of agenda. Matt, can you take us through the enforcement actions?
Yeah, hold on. Let me pull up my copy of the agenda.
Could you raise your hand?
Sounds like Joe has something else to say.
Yeah.
Sorry, Joe, you have something else to say?
Yeah, I just want to cover my bases. I'm looking at the agenda and I see I'm again at the bottom, EO 179, 183 Island Road. Is there anything else, or is that just a typo?
Might be just a typo.
Okay. Gotta ask, man.
No,
All right, well, you're good with me
What
then.
we're going to do on you tonight.
All right. Thank you, guys. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Good night, Joe.
Hey, Joe?
Yeah.
So, if you could take, like we have a red line version of the, deed restriction. If you could have your lawyer, send us a final version, that so we can have our attorney sign off on it. That's fine. And then we can go. So we maybe neaten this up, at our next meeting.
All right, well, I'll have John contact Matt next week or when he comes back and straighten that out.
All right, thank you so much.
All right, guys, thank you.
Have a good evening. All right. Matt, you with us again?
I'm here.
So can you take us through the enforcement orders?
Okay, so on the list, 99 Root Street, obviously we're in the middle of addressing. 32 Brookview, I issued the fine and issued the order to file a notice of intent. I have received no response.
Okay.
The Fire Road 12, I believe, we had the meeting with Adam Costa, so I don't know if there's been any updates. I know I have that also under new business.
And so during our meeting with Adam Costa, Adam said, the normal course of action would be, to start with, a friendly sort of letter, then send a sterner letter. And if there was no response, then possibly initiate legal action. And he said no one had authorized him to start any kind of process whatsoever. Since then, I've had communications with the town manager, and she has authorized Adam Costa to start the process. So the reason nothing had happened before is because no one asked for anything to happen before, to the right people. So we should see, some forward progress. Back to you, Matt.
Okay, 232 Bury Street. I had them revise the wetland delineation. I had a couple of issues with a couple of the flags. Wasn't much of a big deal, but I'm having them redo the drawing again. I have gone down and done some soils work on there just to verify that delineation. So the revised plan should be on track. That should be on track to come in for one of the October meetings.
Good.
400 Electric Ave has been approved, so we can take that off the agenda.
Yep.
615 Townsend Street for the removal of the fill, that's been done.
Good.
1275 Mass Ave, they have the documents. I'm working with their office right now to make some corrections in the documents. In fact, I was looking through my email and they just sent me some stuff this evening, so I'm sending them replies back. 9 Valley Road, I'm still coordinating site visits with Fran from the Water Department. We're actually getting together the Monday I return.
Okay. Thank you. Adam and I, Matt and I met with Adam, through Zoom, and went through all of those questions that I sent him. And see if I can find it.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
One thing I noticed when we were driving around on our site walks on Saturday is that that property on Page Street that had the storage container.
Yep.
It's in his front yard on his side yard. I guarantee it's still within probably 50 feet of the wetland.
So
Matt, could you nudge him? Because I know you said when he moved it there that he was going to get it removed. Now it's been there for 2 months.
No, I agree. And that was one of my, it was one of my issues with it. I wanted it removed from the site.
Right.
And, what was represented to me was that it was sold and that it would be taken off the site. So I expressed reservations at the time I brought it up to you guys that, 2 months later, it probably would still be there, based on the past history on this file. And sure enough, this is what's happening.
So Matt, can you follow up? Do you need a vote for us for that at all? Or can you just follow up?
No, it's an ongoing issue on this, so.
Okay, so
I'll follow up on it.
So we met with Adam Costa. The questions I asked were about the deed restriction, and he's done that. The fire road, we just went over that. Saliva Table Rock property, I got an email from him on that tonight. I don't know if you noticed on Facebook, there was some stuff about people trying to get to the Saliva property and they're running into the no trespassing private property sign. And he sent me an email. Like 3 days ago that said that the abutters had a right to post a no trespassing sign. But then he sent, which I questioned, which I interpreted to mean that, but I could have been wrong. He sent me a follow-up email tonight that I think says that they can't post it on our property. So we're going to continue to work through that. We didn't talk about the 40B because we ran out of time. Standard for remote conservation public hearings. I was stunned to read something that Matt sent us from the Division of Open Government that they don't set the standards for remote public hearings. And basically there are no standards. And so there's no formal written standards. There's no requirement that public hearings are broadcast in real time. Because I was also questioning, I think it's better if our public hearings are broadcast in real time so people can, participate by phone and stuff. But there's no requirement for that. Discussion testimony not based on the inland wetlands law. I've had concerns about, when people pursue lines of questions, aren't related to the standards. And, he said it's the responsibility of the chair to ensure the focus of the meeting remains where it ought to be. The chair should be cautious in weighing the need to maintain the proper focus against First Amendment rights and making the public be and feel heard. And I had a question about advertising hearings. And then I asked about encroachment, which we're going to talk about in just a second, on the Cowdrey Conservation Area and at 192 Townsend Harbor Road. And so let's call that up. Encroachment. Let's share the screen. Okay. This is an aerial photograph of 192 Townsend Harbor Road. This right here is conservation land that's under the care and control of the Conservation Commission. This is 192 Townsend Harbor Road. You can see the driveway. All of this stuff over here, all this stuff over here is on Conservation Commission property. Here is a photograph of it from the road. This is right across from the dam. And so I'm looking for authorization from the committee to pursue this with the town attorney.
I guess, can we have some discussion?
Absolutely, Ken.
I look back on the aerial photos of this, and it looks like this has been in existence since the house was put there, or as long as aerial photos go back. I can see the driveway is in the same spot. There's a shed, a boat, and maybe that stone wall and stuff is newer. But so I guess I'm questioning what our plan of attack is and what we want them to do and what our.
And you're right, Ken, and we should have that discussion. It's like, should we ignore this? Should we do something about it?
I think if we look hard enough, I think we'll find, I think we'd find probably half a dozen of these around town on land that we own and is under our care and control. If it was limiting access, I think I'd have more of an issue with it. And maybe we just put them on notice that, it is our land and not to have any further encroachment or something like that. But I guess I don't know to what end we're looking at this.
Is the encroachment just based on the assessor's map, or are there site boundaries that are obvious out there that?
It's based, Todd, this would start with a friendly letter.
Yeah.
Maybe the assessor's map is wrong. I've often found that the assessor's map is wrong.
Do you think it would make more sense to maybe, research the deed and see if we can't verify where the boundary should be?
And again, like before we start any action on this, I want to have a discussion with the commission to see, what do you think we should do, if anything, about this? And so what I hear you saying, Ken's saying he doesn't sure, why we would pursue this. I hear you saying maybe we should make sure we know where the boundary line is first.
Mr. Chair, if I might.
Did I get that right?
Yep, Mr. Chair, if I might.
Sure.
I think that as custodians of this town property, we certainly have a duty to preserve it and ensure that it is being used properly and open to all the townspeople. Development, encroachment like this does go against that, and being the people in charge of the property, we're duty bound to at least investigate it to see if it is an encroachment on our property. And to that end, if it is found to be an encroachment but isn't impeding access or use by the townspeople, I might recommend that we enter in an agreement with the people that have encroached on the property, that once A, that they're aware of it, and B, any development that they have done will be maintained as such. And once it's abandoned, it will be cleaned up and returned back to a fallow property of the town. But I don't think we should be just ignoring encroachment on town property.
Well, that was my feeling, but I wanted to hear from the other commissioners, and I didn't want to do anything about it, unless the commission supported it, so.
Yeah, and that is my opinion.
Katie, you have an opinion on this?
I don't think we should necessarily ignore it, but kind of like what Ken was saying, maybe if we find there's no impediment, just give the owners a heads up, say, hey, just don't do anything else, pretty much. That makes sense.
Carl?
I think we are obligated to follow up, but my suggestion would be that we open up a friendly conversation with them and find out what the homeowner knows, and because I'm sure they have history, they may know exactly where the lot lines are, and they may be able to, fill in some gaps, and then we can hopefully, work out what's important to us in the town.
I'm assuming when you say we, you mean we should work through the town attorney? Or
I don't know. I don't know how friendly having an attorney contact the homeowner is. That's the only thing. Once you start bringing attorneys, then their attorneys talking to our attorney, and it's not an open conversation. I'd like to hope that the homeowner is open to an open conversation between someone like our chair, just to do a fact find. What do they know about the situation? What's the history? Where do they believe the lot line is? Get some more information before we start getting attorneys.
Jack, what are your comments?
Well, I think first of all, we have to take an action. We've historically, I believe about 2 months ago, there was a piece of property that people expanded onto the town property right next to a lake and parked a whole pile of vehicles and tarred it. So I think we have to, no matter what, notify them that we would like to have a conversation specific to the plot line. I'm also thinking we can do this gently. And, if it's not blocking the right of way of anybody, that we allow them to use that and not to expand it. And when the sale of the house occurs, that piece of material, that property is, brought back to its original state or something like that. But we can't ignore it. We have to certainly take an action. And I think the best way is to send them a friendly letter and say, hey, we've noticed that, in our aerial reviews that you've got materials that are sitting on conservation land. Can you explain this? And let it go from there. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Thank you, Jack. I'm not comfortable sending him a letter on my own. I'd like to talk with Heather and Adam Costa about it at the next open session, to see if they have advice, on how to proceed. And I guess that's what I'm asking for is,
I would support that.
With that. I don't want to go off on my own without, the commission's backing, so. Also, I wanted the commission to be aware, there was a thing along the frontage with Lake Whalum, where the people who own Embers and the other restaurant there were parking a boat at the dock, which is under the care and control of the Conservation Commission, and they put a private property sign on the fence, and they put up a picnic table with what's the name of the other restaurant there besides Embers?
On the Rocks.
On the Rocks, thank you, with the On the Rocks umbrella on it. And they weren't letting people, out there. And the police got involved and the boat's gone. And I noticed that the Embers it just changed hands. And so I'm suggesting that, but this private property sign was still there the last I looked, which was about a week ago. I'm suggesting that we just reach out in a friendly manner to the new owner to say, because the old owner was asserting that they had property rights, but they could produce no such documentation to the police when the police did the investigation. And, you know, our own, looking at the deeds shows no such property rights. So, I think the whole issue could go away.
Matt,
Yes.
do you
Yeah.
remember? I thought they actually came before us with documentation that they owned the dock. When I believe it
No,
was
I
Kenny
don't-
Ricker that owned it.
Yeah, I don't remember that.
You don't? Huh? Take a look through the files. I'm almost positive they came forth with documentation on it.
When the police approached them on it, Rich, I talked to both the new chief and the old chief.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and they did a fairly extensive investigation, and they couldn't produce. The current owner could not produce any documentation that he had deeded rights.
Okay. I'm almost 100% sure they had come before us, the previous owner.
Well,
But again, I'm pretty sure they filed
Yeah.
for it and came before us.
okay.
But Matt can take a quick look to see,
All
and
right.
I'll zip back through some of my emails.
And there's nothing urgent about this. Matt can do that, and we'll take it up again in 2 weeks.
Yep.
We have someone wants to name a stream in the that comes out of the small town forest and flows into Cowdrey, and that stuff was in the file. It's named after some guy who does not ever lived anywhere near around here. But the person proposing the stream name lives, you know, right down there by Cowdrey. And they got the abutters to sign letters of support, you know, to name this stream after this guy. And the Board of Selectmen is looking for a recommendation from the Conservation Commission on this. On the one hand, I have no trouble with it on a personal level, but on the other hand, if you look at the criteria for naming us, you know, geographical landmarks, the person that is being named after should have a close association, you know, with the area. And the person that's being named after has no association with this area. You know, they live somewhere else. You know, the person who's trying to do the naming has the association with the area. So I think it'll go whatever way, you know, we recommend. You know, the USGS is asking the Board of Selectmen for a recommendation, and they're asking us for a recommendation. And those are just my thoughts. I don't know if everybody else looked at it. Love to hear from anybody else.
Mr. Chairman?
Jack?
I did watch the selectmen's meeting where that was brought up, and your assessment is entirely correct. Neither was this individual Purple Heart. Nothing was brought up that this person gave his life for the country or really anything else. It's just they wanted to pay tribute to somebody they admired. I have a problem with starting that process where people start naming certain features inside of our conservation areas. And I think that those should be reserved for local people. And I just, name somebody after Ohio, and somebody that lived in Ohio many years ago. That's great, but it's got to have a meaning to the people in town and someone we can all look up to. Not that we couldn't look up to this other individual, but I'm more locally oriented, people donate things and such, and you maybe put a little plaque on them, but to name a stream and such, I think that might be more than I would consider prudent.
Other comments? Anybody feel strongly about it either way?
I don't have any real feeling about it either way. I mean, I guess I would tend to lean more toward what Jack just said, but I don't really care one way or the other.
I think we need to make some kind of recommendation. I'm looking for a motion. Someone want to make a motion?
I move that we do not support the naming of the changing the name of the unnamed brook to the Baelish Brook.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Aha! I sense some momentum here. I see the finish line out ahead. Roll call vote. Who are the members of this commission?
Ken Jones.
Ken Jones.
Aye.
We have
Birch.
Aye.
Katie Childs.
Aye.
Carl Luck.
Aye.
Jack Rabbit.
This is to decline naming it, right?
Correct.
Yes, we are not supporting the recommendation.
Right. I would say aye.
Todd Dwyer.
Aye.
And I for myself. I will write a letter to to Heather saying that we do not recommend based on the fact that Mr. Baelish has no local connections. And it doesn't meet the criteria. We've been asked to name someone to the Planning Board's Economic Development Committee. It does not have to be a member of the commission. I think this has been brought up a couple of times and no one from the commission is interested.
How does that work? We can name somebody else that's not on the commission to represent us? Can we draw a name out of a hat or?
How about someone we don't like?
Do we know anything about it? Like how often do they meet or what the story is?
It's a newly formed, it was a commission that started out from the Board of Selectmen, I believe. And then the planning board said, oh, and it was dropped and the planning board said, well, we'll pick it up. I mean, there's something in the, let's see, there was something in the, I can call it up. Economic Development Committee. Let's share that screen. I followed the discussions and went to Charette's when the Board of Selectmen was trying to create the group. Adam Burney and Heather Lemieux drafted a document based on what they heard from the citizens in those discussions, and it focused on local commercial farming and agriculture. The Board of Selectmen voted unanimously to table it. I was allowed to pick it up in Planning Board where it got revised and created. So it does report to planning just like open space. Adam Burney, Paula Bertram, and Tom Alonso are ex officio, and there are only 2 out of 5 appointed members at this time. Once there is a quorum of voter members, they can begin to meet, and the group will determine and set its own goals. Ennui is overwhelming. All right, let's move on.
We've declined? Is that what we're saying?
Well,
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't see what a representative from the Conservation Commission on that committee is really going to bring to the table. I mean, I think that the town needs to think about economic development, but I don't think it's really our purview to do that.
Is it around the ecotourism possibility?
I don't
How
know.
about a new lettuce farm?
Yeah.
I think a new lettuce farm is great. I think that would be amazing.
Draft violation letter. Carl wrote a violation letter. Rich proposed some modifications to the violation letter. I took and added Rich's comments in and tweaked it a little bit myself, and I believe it was on the cloud. Share this sucker. Draft violation.
Mr. Chairman, while you pull that up, just if I could.
Sure, go ahead, Carl.
Yeah, but just to, basically, I went to our regulations and, and started this letter, but it basically was just putting everything in the letter that the regulations said had to be in a violation letter. So it was very technically correct, but it didn't have much else in there. And Richard provided a very good and needed paragraph on explaining really what it's all about. So I fully support and appreciate what Richard added, and I appreciate, Bob, you're pulling this all together and getting a document. Hopefully we.
Well, to me, the more important thing is Matt comfortable with this letter?
Yes.
All right, well, there we have it.
You want to vote?
Yeah, I guess.
I would make a motion that we approve the violation letter and instruct Matt to use that when he issues violations.
Yeah, as a second approach,
Right. As he sees fit.
as he sees fit. Do we have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote. Ken Jones.
Aye.
Rich Birch.
Aye.
Katie Childs.
Aye.
Carl Luck.
Aye.
Jack Rabbit.
Aye.
Todd Dwyer.
Aye.
I vote aye as well. Do we need a vote, Matt, to modify the amount of the payment of the bill inserts?
Yes. Bill inserts came out
Or a
to,
motion to modify. I personally don't think we should have to vote on it because it's not coming out of our funds. It's coming out of Matt's office budget. But the way it
well,
was.
the reason why I'm asking for the vote, Bob, is because you guys voted for a certain amount of money. It's not in a specific line item for me. I have to do transfers. So in order to do the transfers on an item you specifically voted on an amount, I need a vote to modify that amount. It keeps my accounting straight that way. That's why I asked.
And I was just about to explain that, Matt. Thank you for doing it for me. So,
no problem.
I'm looking for a motion.
What's the amount?
More.
It's now 800 and what? I'm sorry. I thought he was asking me.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's $800 now.
So an additional $300.
Can we make a motion to spend up to $1,000?
That'll work for me.
Matt, would that be appropriate?
Yep.
In case you have to adjust it a
That
little
works.
more. All right. I'd make a motion that we spend up to $1,000 for the mailing inserts.
Second.
Roll call vote. Ken Jones.
Aye.
Rich Birch.
Aye.
Katie Childs.
Aye.
Carl Luck.
Aye.
Jack Rabbit.
Aye.
Todd Dwyer.
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. No update on trail grants, no extension permits. We got any minutes to vote on?
I sent you guys the July 1st minutes. I'm still finishing up the July 15th. If you guys can really read carefully through those July 1st minutes, there was a lot of debate at that meeting and a lot of moving parts. So the minutes are actually 7 pages long. So if you could really read through those and get your inputs back to me, I would certainly appreciate it. The minutes for this meeting and the 15th will definitely be coming next week.
Thank you. There will be no
By the way,
committee
just so
report.
you know, you only have 5 new hearings for the next meeting.
That's good. There'll be no committee reports. There are no administrative determinations. Reno
Well,
Forestry.
there was one. I'm
Go ahead.
sorry, Bob. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but there was one I had on 67 Sandy Cove Road. I don't have any pictures to show you because they're on the wrong computer. However, I would like to have the commission come out and review it with me before we make a decision because it's more than one tree. Most of them are dead. There's like 4 of them. But I still, if it's going to be more than one, I'd like to have it as part of the site inspection routine.
Sounds like a plan. So we're gonna do that the next meeting, right?
Yes.
Wonderful.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
could we possibly have another site walk for 238 Fire Road with the home? I have not caught one, and I would like to take a tape measure out.
Are you
14 feet all the way down that road with no
I
trees?
think it was 12 feet, Jack.
Was it 12?
12 by 900, so that gave him 10,800
Oh, okay, I wrote
square feet
14.
of driveway.
Well, and that's just the blacktop. That's not the clearing needed.
Oh,
to
yeah,
put that
exactly.
in.
So that's just walk down and see if we are losing any more trees.
Well, let's see what he has to say. If they're not willing to make the house smaller, the whole thing goes away. So before we start putting our time on another site walk, let's see what they have to say. Because it's not going to pass, at least in my opinion, it won't pass unless the house gets smaller. So,
They may still, want to vote and then appeal it to DEP.
that's very true. Very true.
Well, they would have to appeal it to Superior Court as well, because we'd be denying it on our bylaw as well.
Yeah, I think actually most of the denial would be based on our bylaw, not on inland wetlands. So, I asked Ken to look at the Reno forestry plan. Ken, can you talk about that for a minute?
Sure. So Reno land is the land that is sort of along Chase Road, and the access point is just down Northfield Road by the pond. We had the forester look at it with the Audubon Society, the bird group. He came up with a plan, and I think, to me, that's probably the next best place for us to look at forest management. It's very underutilized. I don't think, there may be like 1 or 2 little trails that basically the people on Old Farm Road use right now. There's no public access. It's very limited use, and I think it's pretty conducive to doing some forestry on there. And I think his plan looks pretty good. I think we should, the next step, we should probably get him in here, talk about it before he does any kind of cutting plan, and then talk about what we want to do. But I would say that from my perspective, we could invest any money spent, any money that we earned on that from the cutting back onto that property and develop a parking area and trails. And it does sort of, across that back corner, there is some limited access to that Salwa piece that we just got. So it's a pretty important piece of land. And I think some development on there, some recreational development would be pretty good.
I should mention that I reached out to Adam Burney and the town manager to mention that I thought, in my opinion, the town should be asking for the right to pass and repass over the corner of where the lettuce farm wants to go, so we could get from the southern Saliba property to the Reno property. That's been communicated to, to the lettuce people. And that will also be taken up. There's an open space committee meeting tomorrow night, and that'll be taken up by them. That thing to transfer all those properties from Board of Selectmen to conservation, that'll also be taken up by the open space committee tomorrow night. I just don't want us to get in a position where we got, with Rob's Hill, where we spend money on a cutting plan and it's just we spend the money and nothing happens.
No, I agree with that. I think, before he develops any kind of cutting plan, I think we should have him in here and have a discussion with him about what we want. And I think before we do that, we should, all of us, or, anybody that can, should go out and walk the piece of land and, with his management plan and look at it seriously and say, this is what he's saying, how we should manage it, and look at it and put eyes on the ground and seriously think about what we want it to look like when we're done before we get him in, talk to him, and have him put any time and effort into it.
How do other people feel about it?
We
all right, it's after midnight.
I guess just think about it, and maybe we can talk about it the next meeting. And think about which direction we want to head. I don't think we want to abandon this forest management program because of one or two things that didn't maybe go the best. We're inexperienced at it. We need to figure it out and figure out what's going to work the best for us.
Ken, how do you feel about the forest management plan for Hollis Road?
I'm in the agreement that we should proceed with that too. I mean, I think that, the guy that we've got working for us is an expert in his field. And I don't think, because of one or two things, we should abandon that. Rich had started talking to the water district about access over their property to limit some of the access issues to that Hollis Road piece. So I think we should pursue that as well.
Rich, how do you feel about these issues?
Yes, definitely think we should be moving forward. It definitely is worthy of a little bit more conversation before we get Gary Goldrip in. One of the problems that I was running into was, to do some of the cutting on Hollis Road, we had to match that with another piece of property because it was going to be a net cost to do the initial cutting on Hollis Road. So we would have to match that with another piece of property to garner some income to cover the costs on Hollis Road. The Reno property is a great property to start with because they can create the parking lot with their landing area and access right off of Northfield Road.
Bingo.
And I think
my only concern is depending on how people come out in favor or against this, that does have a substantial amount of road frontage. So whatever's done in there will be seen from the road for probably 2,500 feet. It's definitely almost half a mile from where the property line is up until the few houses before Northfield Road.
Yep.
So that is something to just be careful of when we're developing a plan for it.
And my thought was we might want to even advertise that we're going to discuss this, have a quasi-public hearing before we start spending money on and having the forest, paying the forester to develop a cutting plan, educate the public beforehand, not afterwards.
I agree with that, Bob. I think that we need to educate ourselves before we get the public involved. I think that having a conversation with Gary amongst us and maybe a site visit that's not open to the public, and I am fully in favor of full transparency and having the public be aware of what we're doing. But we also need to be able to talk to Gary and have a conversation with him without having 50 people there trying to talk at him too. So that's my opinion.
Thank you. We'll put this on the agenda again. At our next meeting, we're going to get 2 updates from Hickory Hills, one on their weed mitigation plan this year. Another one on the dam. They want to start their drawdown early because they have leaks through the concrete spillway. And they have to start they want to start the drawdown on October. They want to start the siphons on October 1st. So we should have a lighter agenda, but other than those two things, and we've got 5 new hearings, and then we got, I don't forget how many we continued tonight. I think like 3 or 4. It should be better. Thank you guys everyone for, I'm looking for a motion to adjourn.
Mr. Chairman, just
Yes,
real
sir.
quick, before that, under
Oh, I'm
new
sorry,
business.
You're right. Public comment from any comment from the commission.
No, I just had one thing. Under new business, there was something about a 61 release. We need to take that up, or is that not going to be taken up?
We're going to put that on the agenda for September 2nd.
Okay. I don't have any further comment.
Any other comments from commission? Any comments from the public? I am looking for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call vote. Jack Rabbit,
Yes.
Todd Dwyer,
Aye.
Carl Luck.
Aye.
Ken Jones,
Aye.
Katie Childs.
Aye.
Rich Burke.
You were up.
Aye for me as well. Thank everyone for sticking with us, but we got through 16 public hearings.
Is this a new record,
Good
though?
job, Bob.
Good job, Bob. You did good work.
Yep. Good work.
Yeah.
Well done.
Happy Thursday, guys.
Good night.
Good
everyone.
night.
Bye, guys.
Bye. Bye.
Night. Exit full screen. Let's leave.